6 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Call all cars. UFO landed on Michigan Avenue.
If you'll please pardon the interruption, it seems as if we're experiencing some technical difficulties here.
Hey, you, what's up? What's up? What's happening, baby? Huh?
The startling footage we're about to show you was photographed by a 42-year-old, Romero Valadares. This video was taken yesterday afternoon at his son's 7th birthday in the city of Passo Fundo, Brazil. All initial opinions are this is genuine. What you're about to see may disturb you.
Extraterrestrials, strange phenomena, missing persons, lost continents, myths, and monsters.
We examine these mysteries to determine, are they bullshit or not?
Are they bullshit or not? We didn't get any actual alien autopsy videos or photographs or physical evidence at this week's historic UAP UFO hearings by the Congressional Oversight Committee in Washington, D.C. But if you did not tune in or you have not reviewed the entire hearing on YouTube on the many channels that have now posted it, I don't know what you're waiting for. This is incredible. And as I've shared with Ed in the past, it is going to change history as we know it. I can't say that I was shocked at what David Grush presented along with two other military whistleblowers who testified. But I guess what I was flabbergasted by was how shocked members of Congress were, especially at specific times in the hearing, where he confirmed a lot of things that people think are bullshit, although they're probably not. David Grush was insistent going on the record under oath. The military didn't want him to go under oath so that they could discredit him, which they're already calling him a liar. The Pentagon's calling him a liar, but keep in mind, everything that happened this past Wednesday was under oath. And why would anybody decide to lie in front of Congress with these revelations under oath if it was all a fraud? Before we go into our historic UAP coverage here on Chicago Corner, I'm going to welcome my venerable co-host, Mr. Edward Heller. Edward.
Good evening and happy Pizza Friday to everyone who's having pizza. I'm saving my Pizza Friday for Pizza Saturday. Oh, you're lucky. Jerry's covered now. I'm like, dude, you got to eat, man. I mean, these shows, they run long, especially when we talk like forever about UFOs and spaceships. So,
I've been eating nutritiously all week.
Pizza's good for you, man.
No. But let me set it up though. In the morning, protein shake. 3 hours later, an apple. 3 hours after that, canned salmon. In the evening, fruit, watermelon, pineapple, or my friend Steve would maybe bring me a gyro sandwich, maybe twice this week.
Yeah.
I have and that's beef, right? Tomato, onions.
Beef and lamb.
I've been very good this week. So tonight, as I say to everybody, I do my cheats on Friday and I carry the leftovers into Saturday. So yeah, and here's the beautiful thing, Ed. The delivery guy got it here literally like 2 minutes before I rebooted my computer. So I'm all set.
Soup. That's great.
I got everything ready for tonight.
That's awesome. And welcome to everybody in the live chat. I see JR showed up before the show started and had a couple things to complain about, cars, basically, a bunch of
wait, what did he complain about? I haven't looked at the comments yet.
He said, I have UDPs outside my home, which are far worse than any UAP. And I said, undercooked Domino's pizzas? He said, no, unidentified driving phenomena. And I said, yes. George Carlin called those idiots and maniacs.
I call them asshole drivers.
Yes.
Where does he live near? Is he off? Is this on his residential street? Or I don't know how much. Let me open the comments and take a look at catching up a little bit here.
Yeah, where you at, JR, that you got idiots and maniacs driving around? I mean, obviously, we have them in Chicago. I commute back and forth to work every day, and not calling myself an idiot or a maniac, but I have observed many of them during my daily commutes.
Do you have your drink ready, Ed? Do you have your libations ready?
I have a beverage ready, but before we get into this, I just want to tell Arturo, there's plenty of evidence. It has to do it. The difference is, it has to be corroborated evidence. And so far, all we've heard is testimony.
Toast to disclosure, Ed, because I'm going to get to his comment right now. All right. Okay. Arturo, my friend, my brother from another mother, I love you. However, this guy Grush has, in every instance of a question he could not disclose in public because he would be violating military he would be violating military secrets. The moment they want him to reveal stuff in public so they can throw him in jail. This is a cover-up. The reason he demanded or requested one of the stipulations to his testimony was getting it under oath. And every time he couldn't disclose something in public, he told those Congress people he would be happy to provide them all the answers they wanted in a closed-door SCIF. Now, I had to go look up what SCIF stands for. It's Secure Committee Intelligence something. I don't know what the F stands for. But what that means are...
maybe?
What's that?
Forum?
I think you have it. And we can look it up if we're wrong. But what that means, Art, is that what he presented on the record so that all of us could know about it, he also promised he would be forthcoming with all those details in the secure forum. You know what? Congress has demanded from the Pentagon and from military intelligence a secure SCIF, and they will not clear him to do that committee meeting with them. Why? If the Pentagon wants to discredit him, okay, it's a sensitive, compartmentalized information facility. So, Art, if this guy's lying, why wouldn't the Pentagon, why wouldn't our government allow this guy to go in private, confidential, closed-door hearings with all these Congress people who are going to also keep it confidential to get to the facts? To me, we still don't know who killed JFK. Or actually, I think we do.
Well, we kind of do.
Because of all the tinfoil hat maniacs throughout the past several decades who've actually leaked the information and leaked evidence that we've had to sift through. What he did here Wednesday, Art, he put the genie's out of the bottle. The toothpaste is out of the tube. You can't put it back in. These Congress people are pissed. And they are not going to take no for an answer. They're going to continue to push this forward to get that SCIF meeting so that they can get these details regarding all of these specific pieces of evidence he could not reveal in a public forum, that he's more than happy to reveal in a secure meeting that the Pentagon will not authorize him to do. Why do you think that is, Art?
Yeah, Art says I just need to be shown the smoking gun, not testimony. Yeah, everybody would love to see extraterrestrials on on a live stream show or a weekly update on your favorite streaming platform, but I don't see that happening anytime soon.
But here's an interesting detour into that, Ed. There's a program on YouTube called Redacted. I'm forgetting the name of the host, but he did a whole. It's a regular program. They've been accused of being. Are you familiar with them? They're accused of being conspiracy theorists.
Well, I only know of them in that they started their channel after Lee Camp lost his Redacted Tonight channel, and there was a whole bunch of confusion involved there.
Now Art's just trolling us. Okay, so anyway, a recent episode of Redacted, they showed video.
Arturo, get a beverage, man. You had a rough day. It's Friday. Come on.
Why aren't you token right now, buddy? All right, so let me get through this without interrupting, so I don't lose my point. Redacted replayed a video that was released back in the 1990s. You got yours?
These are just regular gummy fish, but
all right. Well, the type of gummy I was recommending to Art.
Because otherwise this would be extremely dangerous.
Okay, let me go on. Redacted played a video that was put out on VHS tape back in the 1990s called Alien Interview, not Alien Autopsy. That was pretty much revealed as being a fraud, Hollywood behind the scenes or special effects, fraud. The Alien Interview is really badly taken video footage behind glass of an alien that many people have dismissed as a puppet that had respiratory issues during the course of the interview, that two, I guess, medical personnel that were in full, what do they call it, protective decontamination protection suits, right? Masks and everything. We're trying to assist aid to this alien behind the glass that was having respiratory issues. Now, it's shitty quality video, Art. I'm good. And to this day, everyone's thought it's bullshit. Is it bullshit or not? It's bullshit. It's a puppet. They've had special effects artists who've said, yeah, but it's a really good puppet for the 1990s. Okay. Redacted played this video with an expert that came on and said, no, that's a piece of evidence that was leaked, that for the past 2 or 3 1990s, so we're what now, almost 3 decades past, that it has been discounted and dismissed as a fraud. But now people are looking and thinking maybe there has been stuff that's been leaked, that's been dismissed, that's actual proof, that's actual, to your point, Art. Maybe it's evidence, maybe it's not, maybe it's bullshit. Okay, but we got to stop saying there's no evidence when the whole reason we're where we are right now is because of people who've stepped forward, many who are now who've been in fear of their lives, which is why they can't say more. Grush intimated that several have been killed, which speaks to the crimes that have been committed to keep this covered up. Now, Ed, let's play some of the highlights from the hearing before we get into Jeremy Corbell's breakdown of the hearings with Sagar of Breaking Points, which I thought was a really great, post-hearing interview. But let's just share. I think this is 8 minutes. I don't know that we're going to play the whole 8 minutes, but let's play it and share the details that a lot of people may have missed.
The American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena.
As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena.
What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
With the FAA,
A lot
to
of-
your
let's
understanding,
pause it for a
pilots
moment.
that are
Reporting, perhaps.
A lot of pilots are discouraged from reporting because they know they're going to get harassed, and a lot of people at higher pay grades understand that these aerospace companies don't want this information to get out, and we'll get more to that as we proceed, because I think the most interesting smoking gun that I'm not sure is in this highlights, but that I want to share that's in our show notes. I will punctuate that after we listen to this stuff.
Yeah,
oh, and
I
by
would
the way, this Representative Luna, I have never heard of her before. She's like really, she is ready to get on top of what's going on. And I'd love to.
No pun intended.
Right. I'm not going where I'd like to get on top of.
Here.
Okay.
No puns. Yeah, I was just gonna say the pilots are probably also hesitant to report these things, because if they do, they run the risk of losing their ability to continue flying, because people might think that they're not going to pass a psych test or something. And so, yeah, obviously they're going to be hesitant to report these things.
They've seen what's happened before with other people who've stepped forward. They've been called nutcases. And remember, everybody, and gets into some of the follow-up reporting we have from Twitter too. We experienced this, and it really hit the United States in the 1950s with Roswell. But 20 years prior, there was an incident in Italy that was covered up, that the Vatican ended up disclosing to the United States after World War II, of a craft that had been down in the 1930s. So that's how long this cover-up's been going on.
with the FAA. To your understanding, pilots that are seeing this, commercial airline pilots, are they receiving cease and desist letters from corporations for coming forward with information in regards to safety for potential airline passengers?
I have been made privy to conversations with commercial aviators who have received cease and desist orders.
So the American public should know that corporations are putting their own reputations on the basic, not the line, but ahead of the safety of the American people. And I think, would you agree with that statement?
It appears so.
Because those
okay.
Are there common
aerospace
characteristics to
the aerospace industries are part of the reason for the cover-up, the reverse engineering and all of the tech that's there.
That's better.
the UAPs that have been cited by different pilots, and can you describe what the convergence of descriptions is?
Certainly. We were primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear
Now, this is
sphere.
a weird
dark gray or black cubes.
This guy describes black cubes inside of oval, I would only imagine force fields, like floating within circles.
Yeah,
so you
like
get
a
that picture of the
translucent-
cube, you know, around the globe, the
What
inside.
was that movie back in the 80s where the kids got these instructions to build a flying thing, and they built
Explorers?
Was it? Yeah, Explorers. They plugged in this chip and turned it on, and it created this inertia-free bubble that they were able to fly around in. And the only reason that they didn't take it out on the first try is because they only had as much air as the bubble had inside it until they figured out how to make oxygen.
Where did writers get these ideas through the past, 40 years, 50 years in Hollywood, Ed?
Yeah, well, wonder maybe there be someone sharing this information with them, hoping that eventually 30 years, 40 years down the road, that the truth would actually come out, and they'll go, oh, that's where they got that idea from.
There was somebody else on social media, I don't have it in the show notes, but basically they explained that despite the fact all this reverse engineering is going on of these technologies, they still can't completely crack it, which is why, as Grush disclosed, there have been people who've been injured during these reverse engineering attempts. They said trying to reverse engineer some of these craft would be like us time traveling to the medieval times with an iPhone and leaving it there. They're not going to figure that out in 10 years. They're not going to figure it out in 20 years. They're not going to figure it out in 30 years, 40 years. That's how far advanced these technologies are, that are the attempts, some successful, some not, at reverse engineering. these multiple crafts, not from one origin species, but multiple origin species. And not, I think Grush, was it Grush or someone else? Maybe it was Stephen Greer in another interview who said the reason more people are using interdimensional as opposed to extraterrestrial is, yes, they do come from perhaps extraterrestrial star systems, but they're folding space-time, so it's not a linear path here in light years. They have knowledge of the quantum physics that we don't, that allows them to, like, instead of traveling a straight line, bend it so that they're there. So
yeah, they had actually someone, a scientist, explained this on television once. Imagine this is the universe, right?
Yes.
And then I'm gonna draw 2 points on this thing, if I can get my pen to work here. Okay, so I got two different locations. There are completely different spots in space and time. Okay, now what happens if I fold these over so the dots meet each other, and then I fly my portal through?
There you go. That's what they're describing.
I don't know if I got that all the way
that
through
should
there.
help people wrap their head around the naysayers who say, oh, come on, if we know it's 10 light years to that next star, how are they traveling 10 light years so fast to get here?
And they're doing it instantaneously. The hard part is figuring out whatever mathematics, science, or physics, or space physics that's beyond our understanding in order to make that fold so that the 2 points in space-time can touch each other long enough for somebody to travel through in a pod or whatever.
Which is what, helps me understand or potentially explain the incident we talked about in Las Vegas 3 months ago. Something that appeared and disappeared so quickly without any kind of okay. It was just a demonstration, Warren.
You can't use paper to fold space. Yeah, just watch us, man. Just watch us.
All right, let's listen to this guy as I enjoy the rest of my mozzarella sticks.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, inside of a clear sphere, where the apex or tips of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere. And that was primarily what was being reported when we were able to gain a visual tally of these objects.
How do you know that these were not our aircraft?
These objects were staying completely stationary in Category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speeds, 1.1, 1.2 Mach, and they would do so in very erratic and quick behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
In 2019, the UAP Task Force Director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPs and CAPs, we needed to satisfy our congressionally mandated mission, and we were direct report at the time to the DepSecDef. At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program.
Has the U.S. government become aware of actual evidence of extraterrestrial, otherwise unexplained forms of intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
I like to use the term non-human. I don't like to denote origin. Keeps the aperture open.
That got a gasp from the
certainly, like I've described.
What'd you say?
That got a gasp from the people they're viewing in the back there.
Yeah, because they probably weren't expecting him to say, "Yeah, we don't know what the hell they are." But
okay, so here's an answer to that, JR. Something that Grush, I think it was Grush, or maybe it was Dr. Stephen Greer, addressed in a separate interview, not in these hearings, was that with records that has been recovered, the Pentagon, the military, whoever these black shadow operators are, have figured out how to use electromagnetic pulses to down more craft. And here's the other reason we're seeing more now, because of the advances in radar, because of the advances in military technology that's able to chart and track, like the Tic Tac video, the craft that was tracked by that pilot in his plane that looked like a Tic Tac flying over the water. That wasn't possible back in the 1960s or 70s. It's possible now. And what Grush or Greer had shared was that half the UAP phenomena we see, half of it is actual interdimensional extraterrestrial craft, choose what you will. The other half of these sightings have been reverse engineered technology that the aerospace industries have managed to crack. And they're testing. And there might be PSYOP programs involved there to make people think they are space beings when the aerospace industries who've managed to reverse engineer what they can for their own profit and benefits technologically and from a capitalist perspective, the longer they keep this covered up and keep people confused thinking that it's aliens, people don't realize that the bottom line is our shadow black operations have been exploited. So here's another interesting thing, exploiting this technology of themselves. Somebody had brought up, I think on Twitter, can you imagine if Boeing or what's the other aerospace company, Nordstrom, have been developing these secret technologies for decades without and their shareholders, anybody investing in their company doesn't know what they are developing as it would affect the value of that company and that stock. So, I mean, there are literally like macroeconomic issues related to our economy that have been where fraud has been perpetrated, if you want to even break it down to that sector.
Yeah, it would cover a whole bunch of areas, really, because, I mean, any number of things that they probably had higher technologies to take care of these days, including medicine and electricity and all these other things, are
clean energy.
Obviously, the fossil fuel industry and anyone else involved in energy doesn't want this stuff coming out right away. They want to have control over how it happens, if it happens.
If it happens, because Stephen Greer has said we could literally reclaim the last century as far as advancements in clean energy, managing to try to reverse climate change, solve hunger, solve homelessness, with all these technologies that are potentially being suppressed from this technology that's being studied and reverse engineered.
Yeah, but it pisses off a lot of capitalists when you mention that kind of stuff, because it puts some of them out of business.
Yeah, they're the ones in control. That's why the cover-up's been going on for so long. That's how people got to wrap their minds about it. Forget about Little Men from Space. Forget about every Hollywood movie you've seen. Why has the JFK assassination been covered up for so long? Because it would show that we live in a corrupt country where our intelligence community felt that if the president was a problem, they could take him out. There are other people making the decisions, not the president, as we are led to believe. Okay? But we're never going to, all those files that were supposed to be released, they keep getting pushed back and back and back. Why do you think that is? Because it would usurp the public's trust in the big lie that's perpetrated through propaganda, through our mainstream media organizations, literally acting now as mouthpieces for both parties, like Pravda in Russia. So let's continue with the video, though. This has got some other good highlights in there that should answer some of the questions of our friends in the live chat.
Discussed publicly previously in 1930s.
Do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
I just wanted to stop it really quick to let people soak that in. They've known about this since the 1930s.
Yep. I don't know that the United States, well, World War II ended in what, 1944?
Well, if we're to believe that spaceship was recovered by the Vatican.
By Mussolini, and after the war, yeah, it was when Mussolini was in power is when that craft went down, and it was recovered by Italian military forces. And it was after Mussolini was overthrown and the war was over with that the Vatican got caught wind of that information and shared it with United States intelligence. You know, but not revealing it to the public, because that would pretty much change the game on their whole grift. We need more money We're the richest, we're probably one of the richest institutions in the world, the Vatican, the Catholic Church, but Jesus needs more money. So we don't want to disclose that there might be something else going on here aside from magical thinking with
Yeah, so just like the United States federal government, Jesus never needed your money.
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General, and some of which to the intelligence committees. I actually had the people with the firsthand knowledge provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself of non-human origin craft?
Yes, I personally interviewed those individuals.
Satellite imagery. Let's talk about satellite imagery. We have satellites.
Can you pause it
all
for a
over the
second,
place,
Ed?
some that wear away.
I set up this show with the lead being the UAP disclosure, and I used all the hashtags to get people to watch our channel because I think this is an important story. I'm not just trolling for clicks and views. We've got 7 people in the live chat. I'm sorry, 7 people.
Thanks for watching.
7 people I can see from StreamYard watching us right now, not more than 7 people. Now, I don't know what it's like on Twitter or Facebook, but I want to say this. Somebody made a comment on Twitter that 80 to 90% of the attendees at this hearing were men. Men. Maybe 20 to 10% female. There doesn't seem to be any intellectual... I'm not broad stroking here, but it kind of shocks me because I've brought this up with some women and they're oblivious to it if they haven't been watching the news, or they might not just really be interested. I had a conversation with someone recently who's very devout and religious that was continuing to try to prove to me their assertion and their belief that the Shroud of Turin proves the existence of Jesus Christ. And I said, well, there have been people who've actually replicated the Shroud. And we went back and forth. I mean, it was a very respectful debate. I didn't want to dismiss their beliefs. I would never do that. But it struck me how important it was to them to convince me of something they had so much faith in. When I'm like, look, whether you believe my faith in UFOs or what we're seeing right here, I could care less. I'm just sharing stuff that I think is historically revelationary, right? It's going to change history as we know it. And I'm just going to say from my experience, Ed, most of the men in my life, most of the men that I know who are friends, they're spiritual. They're not that devout. The majority of women in my life are very religious, very much attached to the dogmas, the doctrines that I grew up with in Sunday school and the church. I'm agnostic now. But as I see like the imbalance here at these UAP hearings, there don't seem to be a lot of women that are interested or care. It kind of surprises me. And I made a kind of, offhanded comment on Twitter. Well, of course they're not at the UAP hearings. They're at Barbie. Because as I've seen on social media, every woman who's gone to Barbie is talking about Barbie.
It is a big generalization, but yeah, there's a grain of truth in that. I'm
not trying to make a big generalization, but I'm trying to
we can't help but do that because the reality is I don't know. I can't speak for every woman who's interested in science, but we know that some of them are at this hearing. And
but maybe 10 to 20%.
Well, there's plenty of females that are into science fiction, and who knows how many of them think that maybe some of it is science fact.
This isn't science fiction, though.
But the other thing is, some people are focused on other things. It's like, I saw there's this one woman who's an activist. I think her name is Afeni. Yeah, Feeney. And she posted this video and said, fuck them aliens. Because she's more concerned about people focusing on the real problems that people are having right now, which is extremely valid point. I'm just saying, I think we can walk and chew gum here. This is an important piece of information, and it can, and although it is an existential relation to some of the problems we're currently having because it could solve some of them. I think it's extremely important to talk about, but also not to ignore the fact that things like Congress failing to really support the American people in the way that it needs to, and instead just being self-congratulatory and self-dealing with the things that they take care of on the federal level, when they could give everyone health care, when they could give everyone a home.
But you make a very good point there, because that's all people focus on. I understand her frustration in saying, fuck the aliens, we want our government to help us now. Is she missing the point that perhaps our
I just
government
think,
and our let me finish my point, and our elected representatives could actually, throughout the decades, have addressed these issues, but the stuff that's being hidden, the technologies, the science, the research, could address all that stuff. So the fact that they're so distracted and don't want to pay attention to it because they think it's a distraction or they think it's irrelevant is exactly what the problem is. It's completely relevant to solving the problems that we're talking about.
It's both. It is both a distraction and it is very relevant. And we have to understand that we can make that distinction. We can say that it's two things. It is distracting a lot of people from other problems that they should be focusing on right now. But at the same time, for us to completely ignore it is to let them get away with keeping it covered up.
Okay, so Art, you got to be trolling me.
He's trolling.
You've got to come on, Art. Please tell me you're trolling me. You don't believe that. Please tell me you don't believe that and you're just playing around. Please, I need to know, Art, that you don't really believe that. All right, let's get back to the video.
I'm so tempted to bring the alien up on screen, but I'm not going to do it.
No, this is not the time for. We'll hear from Chuck another time. But also, really quickly, I'm hearing my weather alert in my kitchen going off. We got storms coming with high winds again tonight. So,
yeah, everybody, take cover, take care of yourselves. It's been really weird. Like, we had thunderstorms this morning, and then it was super hot this afternoon. And it's like, what? It's cooling off now. It's like in the high 70s, but like Jerry said, thunderstorms coming. This weather is weird.
Do you think that could have
Oh, is your internet breaking up, or is that me?
No, my internet's not breaking up.
Okay, it kind of cut out on me there for a second. I don't know if it's me.
It might be me. I'm not sure. I mean,
you guys in the live chat can let me know whose video is more choppy right now. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, actually, Ed, there's a delay. I'm seeing you chew right now.
The weird weather going on right now, I am still going under the theory that it could be they're still testing out that weather control device.
That was reverse engineered from alien technology?
Very possibly.
Let's move on.
Do you have direct knowledge, or have you talked to people with direct knowledge that there are satellite imagery of these events?
That was one of my primary tasks at NGA, since we process, exploit, and disseminate that kind of information. I've seen multiple cases, some of which, to my understanding, and of course, I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and from other strategic and tactical platforms that I could not even explain prosaically. And I have a degree in physics, by the way, as well.
Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technologies?
Here's the good stuff. Here's the good stuff.
Have anyone been murdered that you would think that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life to put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that?
I might have asked this before, but I want to make sure. Do you have any personal knowledge of someone who's possibly been injured working on legacy UAP reverse engineering?
Yes.
How are they injured?
Pause it for a second, Art. I'm sorry, Ed.
Like a radio.
So keep in mind, to everybody saying, why isn't he presenting any evidence? He stated a couple minutes ago, he was tasked, he was assigned to prepare and present and compile all this information for other congressional committees. That's why he has knowledge of this. And as he discovered the fact that some people may have been murdered, and the fact that the reason this has been covered up is because of the benefits that the rest of the United States population or the Congress have been restricted from understanding, is why he decided to step forward under whistleblower laws where he can't share this stuff publicly. This is why Edward Snowden is in Russia. This is why Chelsea Manning. This is why Julian Assange. The moment a whistleblower violates what is identified as state secrets, even though it's definitely in the interest of the public, they got him. I'm sure they were waiting for this guy, Grush, to make a mistake in this hearing, and he didn't do it. He didn't take the bait, but he said, hey, I'll give you the information in private closed doors. And again, the Pentagon, military, they're not clearing him to do that with Congress, and there's no reason that they should be doing that.
I see we've got some chats going on on Rockfin there.
Cool.
I just noticed that. They're not tips, but there's chats in there. Laura Baza, thanks for watching. Dick on Rockfin, I see you're in there. We got Hemp Car. I'm not sure who Hemp Car is, but welcome. Dick on Rockfin thinks Grush is a BSer. He thinks it's political theater.
Okay, so you know what?
Yeah.
If he is Dick on Rockfin, if he's proven to be a fraud, I want to see him charged, convicted, and imprisoned. I hope that that doesn't happen. But I'm going to say, if this guy's a bullshitter, then we should use the law to completely hold him accountable for all the time that he's wasted of the rest of ours, okay? As well as Congress, as well as the nation, as well as the world. I don't think a guy who's willing to go under oath is going to bullshit like this, because those are the ramifications if it's proven he's a liar. And this is just a crazy, crazy set of facts he's sharing that he compiled from his time working as a military intelligence officer. We'll see, Dick.
We got a tip from $2 from Laura Baza. Thank you very much. Yeah, she had a lot to say about the like whether women are interested in science or science fiction, and I don't know how much of it we can bring up on the screen if you want me to.
Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah, but Laura, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful.
No,
but
she's actually on our side, I think.
Okay. I mean, I wish more women, when I bring this up with people, I had a friend in Florida text me. She said, did you hear about the UFO Congress thing this week? And I'm like, oh, I've only been talking about it on my show with Ed for the past month. And I shared specific highlights with her. I'm like, this is what's going on. I think I'm as educated as I can be about this. And she was curious about it, but wasn't really probing about it. I'm like, how could you not be? Why? Again, every male friend, man in my life, even Art, who disagrees with me, we have a lot of stimulating conversation. Art's paying attention to it. From my own sister, I shared this with. She didn't know what was going on until I brought it to her attention, and she didn't take it that seriously either.
Yeah, Laura had a lot to say about some of the things I was talking about. How she saw Afeni's point as well, and then she says just the fact that Barbie is so groundbreaking in this day and age, depressing. How little we have come, or how little far. I don't know. She says she feels lonely at times because she only found a few women friends who share her interest in current events and politics, let alone UAPs. So she says some do care about sci-fi and fantasy, but I think maybe more the fantasy side than the science side. And then she brought up, vampires as an example. So yeah, I totally get that.
Hey, Laura, if you're in Chicago and we have a Chicago Corner viewer get together, come join us. and we can all talk about this stuff and have a great community by which we're sharing ideas, thoughts, conversations, because this stuff is endlessly fascinating for me. We've always waited to share UAP stuff for the end of the show, but this is just too important that we couldn't lead with it this week.
Yeah, and we do need to get a new get together scheduled, but I think we're probably going to wait until Kira is able to get out and about again because she's still on maternity leave.
Definitely.
But yeah, she's got 2 little ones now that she's dealing with. I think the newest one is a month old now.
Dash, yeah. Well, when we talked to Kira a couple of weeks ago, I thought a month had passed because he's a big boy. And she's like, no, it's only been 3 weeks. And I'm like, wow. Did you pump out a kid that's like the size of a watermelon? It's a big boy.
Yeah, he's gonna sprout up huge, and then he's gonna, like I said, in the 2040s, he's gonna be pitching for the Chicago Cub Sox.
Kira's husband Kira's into fitness too, but Kira's husband Mark is very big into fitness too. He's in great shape. And I can only imagine between Kira and Mark, those genes were passed on to little Dash. So given how big he was, 3 weeks, he's going to be a formidable young man when he grows up.
I think so. Play the rest of this thing.
Yeah. Because we got all kinds of social media stuff to share after this.
Radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand. I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidences. What was your recollection of that?
I can't get into specifics, but you could imagine assessing an unknown unknown. There's a lot of potentialities you can't fully prepare for.
Do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work, you're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave.
He said, if you can get it to work, which is acknowledging, despite all the reverse engineering that's being attempted, they can't quite get it to work to get into space and do all the things that we assume this technology can do, which goes back to my metaphor of time traveling to the Middle Ages and leaving them with an iPhone. They wouldn't be able to crack that back then.
Yeah, it's like if you wanted to teach a toddler how to do physics. We just don't. We're not there. Technologically, scientifically, our brains aren't there yet. Oreo's peeking in though, because I think maybe Oreo knows all of this stuff and he's just not telling us.
I think cats are on an extra interdimensional wavelength that we aren't.
Yeah, for certain.
And they might be affiliated with these interdimensional beings. Because
by the way, in case you guys didn't know, we got a new merch shop up there. And Oreo is featured on a number of items in that shop. So if you ever want to head over there, I just added a short link. So chicagocornertv.com/shop.
Let's get to that later. And I am so glad Dominic dropped into the chat because you know what, Dominic, I actually have the answer for you with that. Dominic shares just wondering, is all this public interest in military alien research as a distraction from the billions of dollars the Pentagon can't find when audits are done of it? Yes, Dominic, because the billions of dollars the Pentagon can't find are funding these reverse engineering black op programs. Do you get it? Do you get why they can't account for all the money? Why can't they account for the billions and trillions of dollars that have just disappeared? Where would that money go but to the military contractors who they've compartmentalized the recovery of these craft too, that are reverse engineering this technology for themselves, not the benefit of mankind. Again, Dominic, to me, this is not a matter of little green men and Hollywood extraterrestrial movies. There's a macroeconomic aspect to all of this that we will get into when we go past these highlights into some of the recaps and comments on social media that speak directly to this. So I hope you stay with us because it does address that. And I know you're definitely onto something, but we'll have more to explain that.
You don't actually think they're spending $10,000 on a hammer, do you?
No, they're overcharging the Pentagon so that they can and he even mentioned that. Grush mentioned that in the hearing. He was, and I don't know if it's in these highlights, but he was directly asked, is it possible that these shadow agencies that you're talking about are charging the government, overinflating their budgets for the contractor work we're doing for them? He said, yeah. And he would tell them who they were. Dominic, it's the answer to your question. Art Medina, that explains the $2.3 trillion that disappeared before 9/11. Now, I don't think 9/11 had anything to do with covering up the trillions that disappeared. I think that was like an unusual happy coincidence, because when Rumsferatu disclosed that the day before 9/11, suddenly all attention was, and again, I don't think 9/11 was to cover up the money that had disappeared, but it was a happy accident that there wasn't any attention of what Rumsferatu had disclosed, because everything was on the war on terror the next day.
Was that the pallets of cash that disappeared in Iraq? Was that the 2.3?
No, there was other money.
That was a different giant pile of cash.
Right, yeah.
We can do about it. Nothing.
What astonished you the most about the flight capabilities of these Tic Tac, very briefly?
The performance. Absolute performance. It was.
And you're not aware of any other objects that anybody in the world has in this world that has those capabilities?
No, I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Do you believe there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs? Yes or no?
I don't have an answer to that.
As previously stated publicly, yes.
I think previously with like Project Blue Book, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
That's a yes. That's a yes.
We can't discuss as a yes. He's covering his ass, because if he said yes, boom, you've just disclosed something that's a matter of military intelligence, and we're throwing your ass in jail. That's why Snowden fled. That's why Julian Assange is in Belcroft prison. That's it. Belmarsh.
No, not Belmarsh.
Belmarsh, yeah. And that's why Chelsea Manning did some time in did they send him to Guantanamo? I seem to remember they took some very draconian They took some very draconian measures against Chelsea Manning for revealing that drone bombings had taken out innocent Iraqis as well as journalists, because can't have that we can't disclose that to the public, that these drone bombings are killing innocent people, committing war crimes.
Okay, and I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
Based off of your own experience or the data that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs could be essentially collecting reconnaissance information? Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Grush?
Fair assessment, yeah.
Mr. Fravor?
Very possible.
Again, in the national security vein, is it possible that these UAPs would be probing our capabilities? Yes or no, Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Grush?
Yes.
Fravor?
Definitely.
Is it possible that these UAPs are testing for vulnerabilities in our current systems?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you pause it for a second, Art or Ed? Why do I keep? I'm looking at Art in the live chat. I'm sorry, Ed. I'm looking at Art's comments, but Lynette has joined the chat, and she shares, this sounds like a good distraction from the news.
Well, it is both news and a distraction.
It is the news, Lynette. It is the news. It's part of the news cycle for everything we've been talking about here, and how it impacts everything that's happening in the regular news with our government, the powers that be, those in control, and those that are covering things up for their benefits. I at every point of a contrary question, and it's fair to be skeptical. I'm just going to say this. People take the story of Christ's resurrection on faith. A story that was told that supposedly happened over 2,000 years ago. They take on faith. Oh yeah, that happened. We have military personnel here sharing their experiences with the jobs that they were given, the responsibilities they were given in a congressional hearing, claiming that they are willing to go into the secure SCIF meetings because there are national security issues that they can't disclose in public, and people don't want to believe them. This, to me, Ed, is
both of them are based,
and the brainwashing for decades. How people have been indoctrinated into trusting and believing what the government tells them by marginalizing and making fun of and smearing and mocking those who for generations have been leaking the information that people say, well, wouldn't we know by now? Yeah, if the people who'd come forward in the past leaking the information and sharing information hadn't been smeared and marginalized, they were the ones who were coming forth and they were ignored. Shit's hit the fan now with witnesses of impeccable military credentials coming forward, and people think, oh, this is just what is this to distract us from Hunter Biden going in court and the judge deciding, no, you're not going to get away with everything that we're beyond what we're here in court for? That's in the news. Sam Bankman-Fried, that was in the news. Is anybody going to think that, honestly believe that 4 months ago when all this stuff started percolating, that this is a psyop to plan and distract people from the other news that's happening that we're still paying attention to? Come on.
No, what it is that they never miss an opportunity to do nefarious things when there are things that are considered a distraction. Yes, this news that we're covering right now is also considered a distraction because what inevitably happens is that people trying to get away with crap do it under the cover of darkness or while there is distraction in place. So yeah, they dropped the charges against SBF, although we know that he took crypto wrapped securities that made him a ton of money.
Well, also
helped took that money, and then he took that money and donated it to political parties. And mostly the Democrats, but pretty much both of the duopoly.
And it helped manipulate the system for them.
Yeah. And we're still dealing with that with all the hedge weasels who are shorting our beloved AMC stock. But that's a whole other story.
You're too kind, Ed. Hedge funds, I call them hedge fucks. All right, Art.
I call them hedge weasels, actually.
I know, but I call them hedge fucks. Playing off of funds because it's easier for me to go because I think they're hedge fucks is what they are. Mm-hmm. Art says if the Vatican were to say that they have stuff they can't show, the world would believe that because they started the whole worshiping something from the sky base. Yeah, maybe, but then Art, it cuts into the Vatican's grift. They've already set up a whole mythology by which they're enriching themselves and getting rich. People talk about the Vatican archives, the Gnostic Gospels, all the information that's in the Vatican archives that are not allowed for the public to see. Why? Because it would completely usurp and disrupt the narrative that they've carried on to enrich themselves with wealth, control, and power. It's the same thing here. This cover-up by our government.
Look, everybody's basing all this stuff on testimony, right? You got religion, a lot of those written documents and Bibles and are written testimony, right? People have written these things down. You don't know if these people are telling you the truth. So yeah, you're going to have to take that testimony with a grain of salt and investigate and see if you can corroborate the evidence. But there is evidence. That's the thing.
We're almost at the end of
they're like skeptical of evidence. Evidence is there. It's all around us.
but because it's also classified is why they cannot dump it on that table we're looking at right now. But they're willing to dump it on a table in closed door hearings with Congress that Grush is not being cleared for by his superiors, even though he's followed all the whistleblower laws that say, well, you can whistleblow on this so long as you're not violating state secrets or national security. He's done it. Now they're moving the goalpost. Well, we don't want this guy to go behind closed doors of the Congress and tell him more in a secure setting that's not public, because that would blow the lid off this completely. Thankfully, I think Congress, and it's amazing too how bipartisan this has been. It's actually quite refreshing to see both sides interested in like getting to the bottom of this. We don't have too much more in the highlights here before we can move on. So let's watch the rest of this video.
You feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves?
Potentially.
Yes, sir, potentially.
Same answer, potentially.
Yeah, I'd say
Favorite.
definitely, potentially.
In the event that your encounters had become hostile, would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your crew, your aircraft?
Absolutely not.
Sir?
No.
Based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Yes.
By external
That's
observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment, yeah.
Yes.
There clearly is a threat to the national.
Interested how? In that they don't want us to blow ourselves up?
That's what Dr. Stephen Greer claims. He says they're interested in our nuclear capabilities has more to do with preserving this planet than using that tech. They're like watching over us.
Yeah,
Plus,
if I were a interdimensional, extraterrestrial, non-human person, basically doing science experiments on this planet without trying to interrupt the planet, the last thing I would want is some dumb local ape from the planet blowing up the planet with nukes. That messes up the experiment.
So Dominic shares the secure SCIF meetings would most likely have the participants slapping each other on the back over how much the American public will believe anything from government talking heads. Dominic, I could not disagree with you more, but you have a right to that perspective. So we're going to find out who's right or wrong, or whose opinion on all of this disclosure was actually more logical given the landscape of how much we know our government hides from us. For reasons that are normally to benefit the overlords running things in Wall Street, corporations, all of the people that are actually running this country. So we're done with the highlights. Let's go to the Jeremy Corbell video with Sagar from Breaking Points. You know, I used to watch Breaking Points for Crystal Ball. Now I watch it for Sagar. I don't
watch it at all.
I think I don't listen so much to their opinions as much as I think they do some objective reporting. Well, maybe not Crystal so much. Sagar does though. So and Sagar's a huge, very, very interested, very focused on. He's been focused on this phenomena for a long time. So this was like Super Bowl day for him. Let's go to his video.
Yeah, it's likely he breaks out of the A versus B mold that they usually do on those shows.
Well, you know, it's funny too when he talks about this stuff with Crystal. She's still skeptical about it, you know, because she needs to push Marianne Williamson because you know she doesn't believe. How could all this stuff be covered up for so long? Okay,
yeah, but orbs are cool though.
That's an example. To me, that's an example of a certain part of the demographic completely disinterested in how this actually affects things that are not within their bubble of immediate personal agenda.
And you can be certain that there's a lot of people right now trying to discredit and discount all of this stuff that's coming out right now.
Oh,
to
the New
make
York Post, especially.
Yeah. You know, I mean, there's even people in the live chat who are already doing it. So we're just going to take it as it comes, you know.
We got 4 viewers now, Ed.
Yeah,
4 viewers is how many people are interested in this.
you know, they
Shocks
may
me.
watch us on a delay. They may come back later. They may decide, well, you know, we've been talking about this thing for an hour. So
more to come.
Okay, I'm here with Jeremy Corbell. We are outside of the Rayburn House office building where we just had the historic UFO hearing. Jeremy, you were seated there right behind all the witnesses. Give us the biggest moments from the hearing, a little bit of the background about what it took to actually make this possible. You were instrumental in that.
The biggest moment of the hearing is that it happened at all. This is the only time in history. I mean, if people knew how many times this was tried to be stopped, diminished, stalled. You heard they weren't even allowed to have a skiff.
Yes.
Because there was a guy there who could have put them in a skiff and told them all the things he couldn't say in front of the public.
Why don't we get into that a little bit? So for a skiff, it's called a special.
But I'm not done. This is historic.
Keep going.
This is historic because it's never happened before. First-hand, direct eyewitness testimony with somebody who is the first whistleblower who officially went through the ICIG process. That was David Grush. You've got Commander Fravor, you got Lieutenant Underwood, and you got Grush. It's exceptional what happened today. And then we'll go on to the next.
Right. And so one of the things you're referencing, a key moment of the hearing, everyone, is when the congressmen repeatedly were talking about how they were denied access to a special compartmentalized facility. So Dave Grush could give them specifics about this UFO program.
Yes. Yeah. And let me tell you, it shouldn't be hard. I mean, I've been in them very recently. So the deal is this, that was intentional, and that bothers me.
Yeah.
This is about transparency. So you get it right there. We got a lot. So don't there were atom bombs that were dropped.
Absolutely. We're going to get into it. Don't worry.
Right.
Yeah.
But even with that said, from the get-go, from the top down, there has been an attempt, and just very logistically, to stop this from happening. And we achieved it. So I'm elated because I care about this truth. If it is true, I think the American public have a need to know.
So that was one of the extraordinary moments for me. Dave Grush, Commander Fravor, Ryan Grave, all of these people are testifying under oath. Dave Grush made repeated and stunning allegations. So let's get into some of them. One of them is that non-human intelligence in possession of the United States government since the 1930s. That actually predates UFO lore. I mean, can you maybe give us some background on that and what he's talking about here?
So first of all, you said, help set it up and all this. I want to be very clear. The whole thing about under oath, actually, we had to fight for that. They all wanted to be under oath, right? So that already tells you why would people not want them to be under oath, right? So that was a huge achievement. That was great. Now, what you're talking about, it might sound fantastical, but that doesn't have any relevancy to whether or not it's true.
Yes.
If that is true, then it is true. And again, the American public and global public have a need to know that information if true. No, not a right to know. They have a need to know because it would have implications for what it means, to be human, straight up.
Well, one of the fascinating things also is that Dave Grush talked at certain points about non-human biologics that were in possession. He talked about theoretical studies of time travel. I mean, once again, he's testifying here under oath. He's a physicist. These things may sound, again, fantastical to the general audience. He is testifying here under oath. But also, Jeremy, he detailed multiple threats to his own life and to other people who were around him, like career, government, and ex-government officials. Can you maybe give us some insight into what he's talking about?
It is not my position to give insight to what he's talking about. However, it is true. And I feel that that will be revealed to everybody. But, the point is, it's way beyond an individual. It's way beyond one person, one sighting, one thing. This is a symptom of what's been going on for a very long time. And there's been arguments that, well, why aren't these advanced tech that from foreign adversarial nations? We just don't know, or our black projects. Some of our friends actually think that. Now, here's the deal. One, the UFO phenomenon is not real. The UFO phenomenon has been here a long time. Right? Any type of advanced technology, the Commander Fravor can't tell you openly what he's doing for work right now. He didn't testify to that. That's a man that would know. I'll just put it that way. So these things that we're seeing, how they operate, it predates our black programs. It predates the Pentagon. I did provide something for congressional record that was submitted into congressional record, and so did George Knapp. And in that, I tried to detail the estimate of the...
It predates our current understandings following this stuff. If it predates modern civilization, who's to say that ancient accounts of angels coming down from the sky, supernatural phenomenon in all religious texts?
You kind of want to look at some more of those archaeological artifacts that scientists have, and take a closer look at some of those pictograms and see, wait a minute, that looks like one of the Greys. Or,
suddenly, Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is actually making a lot of sense.
Jim Cree says it's in medieval art. So I mean, there were some who have suggested that maybe Christ was extraterrestrial. So,
and why would it be so wrong to possibly consider that? Because it would answer all the questions in regards to the things that Christ was attributed to doing that we know can't be done.
Like walking on water
as a human being, floating up into the sky like Christopher Reeve after he was crucified.
the situation from my perspective as somebody covering this with knowledge that I can't yet go public with because of issues like we're having with David Grush.
Right. So this is so important for people to understand. He said on multiple occasions his life was threatened. There was retaliation.
Yes.
Another very interesting thing that Leslie Keane has talked about, I know you've looked into as well, is about the way that these black programs are funded.
Yes.
Dave Grush intimated that it effectively involves defense contractors
Yes.
charging the U.S. government extra and then using that money to fund outside black programs, including possible crash retrieval.
There's your answer, Dominic. Continue.
Maintenance study, in which some cases he even said one person was injured while that occurred.
Yeah. Are you surprised by that?
No, but to hear it under oath,
Okay.
to testified to the fact that the Pentagon hasn't been able to pass an audit for 5 years in a row, maybe this explains a little bit to some of the people here. That really what hit home to me,
Yes.
just on a personal level,
Yeah.
sitting there and understanding that this is all under oath, that this is being made on camera,
Yes.
that your statements are being entered in the congressional record.
Yes.
Like if they're lying, they need to be prosecuted. They've actually wasted my time, your
Yeah.
time, like so many of our time. But
Right.
I mean, to put yourself in a position where you could go to jail on multiple levels
Yeah.
for coming forward on this, that brings a hell of a lot of weight, I think,
Yeah.
to the testimony.
I thank you for seeing what this is. What this is a hearing to motivate, inspire, and provide confidence for people who have come forward to me already,
Mhm.
people that have come forward within certain compartments within our government because of fear of reprisal and breaking from the fold have not come forward publicly. And again, I said the public has a need to know. So this hearing is the greatest thing that it is it is a symbol to give confidence. How David Grush is treated from here on out with his whistleblower complaint, how Commander Fravor, how Lieutenant Graves, how they are treated right now by the public is what's going to gauge what the public will be able to learn in the future. These people are American heroes, and to me, I mean, I've been a champion to get them here. That's the thing. Like, I
Yes,
think Commander Favor's real pissed at me from time to time. He always blames me, talking about being a pest, getting
Right.
him to do things. These guys that don't want to be jumping in front of cameras.
That was very clear, just so everyone
Yeah.
knows from behind this. He did not want
It's hard
to be in the spotlight.
Look, he's got a job. He's going back to work and jumping, to work the next day.
Right.
They all came on their own dime. They all came here because of a sense of duty. And maybe because I can be a pest, but they came because they have a sense of duty, and that was really empowering. So what we're seeing here, Sagar, you're going to break down for everybody that
Yes.
listens to you. You understand the mechanics of it more than most journalists I know that cover it, and you've covered politics. Now you've got politics and UFOs, so you are in a quagmire.
This is the intersection. Okay, so final question.
Okay.
What's next, man? You're the guy to know. Many people, congressmen included, they intimated, they're like, hey, there's more people coming. This is just the first of many. I saw it really as the start of something, not the end of something. You are also in a position to know a little bit about that. You don't have to give away details, but, what are we going to learn more?
Don't
soon?
tempt me. I'm known to have a big
Ah,
mouth.
please.
Okay, no. Here's what I can say for sure. What I can say for sure is that there are numerous individuals that have been verified to have worked within programs of reverse engineering of craft, not of only unknown origin, but craft of extreme technological advancement, where the material science, as Commander Fravor kept saying,
Yes.
is something we have not achieved yet on the scope of humanity, and we will not ever get there for the next 100, 200. I think he's being really generous with how little time he thinks we might get there. Those people have already been put into process to be able to feel that they can come forward. That is one thing I know is going to happen. I know there's going to be more hearings, 100%. This is like cracking the egg. That's what we did today. We cracked the egg, and now everybody has to acknowledge that it's cracked. As long as we keep fighting for transparency for the right reason, not using national security as a way to subvert what the American public has a need to know, but respecting national security, but not using it to subvert, then we're going to make progress, and we're going to all learn that maybe the fabric of what we understand might change. And I think that's evolution.
Absolutely. All right, Jeremy, thank you for your time. Let's
Great interview.
Yeah. So I just wanted to point this out really quick. As of yesterday, the Senate passed an $886 billion Pentagon budget. 886.
After they couldn't account for, in the last budget, the last accounting session that they had, they couldn't account for, what was it, 60 to 70%, if I'm remembering correctly. Do you remember? They couldn't account for, like, it was over 50% of where they're.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
I can say for a fact, over 50% of the last Pentagon accounting audit could not account for over 50% of where their money was going.
Yeah.
And here we go again.
But we can guess.
Using Occam's razor, the most obvious explanation and solution is usually the explanation and solution.
Yeah. So
Dominic shares, should we wonder why the military seems to have the only interest in UFOs instead of hundreds of other federal departments and agencies like the FAA? No, we know why, because they want to crack the technology to get the edge on other countries militarize it, which gives them power, and which gives the aerospace industries to which they subcontract to, makes them millions, trillions, millions, billions, trillions. All right, so here's some great little quick snippets off of social media with some of the representatives who were part of the hearing. I love this. I love this recap from News Nation, who's been on top of this since the beginning. The New York Post is trying to suggest this is all bullshit. That just you know what I feel like when I talk about this stuff, Ed? Did you ever see the Poseidon Adventure?
The original one many years ago.
Remember Gene Hackman like telling everybody what they needed to do, what they needed to pay, and he had like 7 or 8 people follow him, and everybody else in that upside down ballroom was just like, "You're crazy! They're going to come for us. We can't listen to you. Everything you're saying is false," because they were trained into believing that, oh, someone's going to come save them because that's what they were told to believe.
Yeah.
You got to start embracing thinking differently and considering other things that challenge the narrative, challenge your safety zone.
And that's actually that's kind of relates to the point of this tweet here from Adam Goldsack, who says Congress won't stop. They all now know this is real and that also the laws are being broken. The core of the secrecy is dead. And you want to play the video?
Start allowing things to challenge your comfort zone, people. That's what evolution's all about. That's what learning and change and you can't stay stagnant in one place because everybody told you that's where you need to be. Philosophically, with your critical thinking, with your faith, with everything else. Things should be in evolution. They should keep moving forward. When new information is revealed to you, you don't have to outright believe it, but you should consider it and factor it into everything else you've been told and what makes sense and how it all balances.
We were denied access to the skiff, and so to my knowledge, what's going to happen now is not only do we have the support of the chairman, but they're going to get a nice letter from Congress. And as you heard, Representative Ogle said, if we're denied, we're going to use the Holman rule. We'll defund the position.
And then what about this talk for a full repository of all the data on it? Is that something you're going to support with legislation coming out?
Yes.
Talk to us more about that.
It's very multifaceted. We've got so many ideas now. Like I said, this is just the first of many, and I mean, the reason we got this is because we told them we would just do the field hearings, and we were going to do them in my front yard. My wife and daughter were going to grill out hamburgers and hot dogs, so y'all would all be invited, and we could ask everything. We could bring everybody there, so they didn't want that, so they brought us back here. So, it's still an uphill battle, though. I mean, every step of the way has been.
This made you realize that we are not alone?
I knew it before. I didn't need this, but I'd seen enough. I've seen enough, and I would hope that you all would get that opportunity to see what
And
we've
I'm sure
seen.
you guys have heard enough too. I mean, you heard the testimony of some of the technology. Representative Ogle's asked some great questions, but when you have a senior military pilots and officials saying that there's technology that they don't believe is from us, from humans.
And also, you got to realize 3 United States congressmen were denied by our military. We're supposed to be telling them what to do, not the other way around. And so we're going to continue on that path.
You both have talked about the intelligence community also.
Andy wanted to say something.
Well, I just think it should be noted, I posed the question, does UAP technology potentially pose an existential threat to the national security of the United States of America? And all 3 of the witnesses answered yes. Congress has a responsibility now to move forward aggressively to get to the answers to these questions, even if it's in a secure environment.
Towards the end of the hearing, you all spoke about reverse engineering. I just want to hear, what do you think about the situation, as well as what are legislative approaches that you can take to ensure transparency?
Well, reverse engineering, of course, we're talking about something that we have no concept of. So it's like, I'm a motorcycle guy. So if I took a Harley Davidson or one of the new Indians and took it back to the people on the Mayflower,
there
they
we
could
go.
shine it.
Here's the metaphor.
They wouldn't be able to fix the carburetor. They wouldn't be able to change the plugs. They might be able to figure out where the gas goes. They might get it started. But that's sort of where we're at with the reverse engineering. It's just so much ahead of us. But the question you have to ask, and it was alluded to in there, was that it's been handed off to people within the business community so that there is no FOIA, that you all in the press have no access. So you know, where does the line end and where does it begin between the government and big business? And I think it'd be wise for you all to start looking at some financial disclosures of some of those corporations, some of the.
Yeah, they're not going to do that. You know why? Because they work for the corporations.
It's true. Yep. Yep.
Warren says, if the military is telling Congress to piss off, who's really running or who's really controlling the military?
Good question.
Check out Extra Bulla. He's also a host of The Secret Show. And he has another channel called Mundus Ultra
that deals with all this stuff. Art shares, perhaps there is a way for Congress to admit they've always known about it, but they didn't have the evidence until the whistleblowers have finally been able to give some support to what they suspect and retrieved the text so that when we find out it's real, we will accept the fact our leaders always knew for our protection. But Art, this hasn't been about our protection. This has never been about protecting. This cover-up has never been about protecting us. It's been about enriching those who the craft retrieval and reverse engineering has been tasked to. Because what are we being protected from? Shouldn't we know that there's something there and then understand, oh yeah, our aerospace industries, they're trying to reverse engineer this stuff so that maybe we can use the technology to benefit mankind. They don't want us to know that. So they're not protecting us from anything. What they're protecting is their own selfishness and the accessibility they have to these extraterrestrial technologies that they're trying to crack so that they can monetize, militarize, and financially benefit from. That's not protecting us. That's not protecting our interests. That's protecting their interests.
Some of the people who do the stonewalling in this town.
Wait, let's
go ahead, Dave. We'll get everybody. We're not going anywhere. I appreciate it.
This is fascinating.
What about Intel? You talked about the Intel communities blocking access. We're going to continue to see that. And my second question is about the corporations. You mentioned corporate interests. I'm wondering if you all are planning on naming names in that sense.
Well, that's why we want to get in the skiff and get some of those names if these folks can stay healthy long enough. But again, I had a piece of legislation, very simple. It just said,
if these folks can stay healthy long enough.
What does that mean?
That could have a few different meanings.
I think we all know what it means. That's why they're so urgently trying to get these people into skiff. Let's continue.
That when a commercial airline pilot reports a sighting or something unusual, an anomaly in the air, that when he reports that to FAA, they report it to Congress. And I was told by leadership that it was blocked by the intelligence community, not the intelligence committee, but the intelligence community. And that is a very chilling effect. If someone can reach through the veil of government and pierce it to the point of we do not have access to something, you got to start asking yourself who the hell's in control.
But you guys also should too be asking these questions of the intelligence community, because we can only do so much as members. That's where you guys really pick up the slack, right? So keep the pressure on.
What are your thoughts on the pilots? Only 5% of them are reporting.
Well, because
and if you do report, then you're going to get in trouble.
Well, Matt Gates alluded to that, and we were there, and that's when the CIA folks got a little nervous when we were talking, and when we were told that apparently that they do destroy the evidence because they don't want to come back and be pulled off the flight line. Now they say they're debriefed, but it's 8 hours. They're interrogated. They're pulled off the flight line. These guys don't make a lot of money. They fly in a $50 million piece of machinery, yet they're treated like dogs. And then on the backside, they get a blemish on their record. So, it's just military intelligence. Like I said, military intelligence is like congressional ethics. It doesn't exist.
Are you concerned they're using reverse engineering?
That is something that my office can answer. We'll get you the information, but we did request a skiff briefing room for us, as well as Moskowitz, Representative Gates, as well as Representative Burchett and Burleson. Yes. That we will get you that information as well. Please reach out to my office.
You ask Speaker McCarthy's office.
I will be. I'll be talking to Speaker McCarthy. Actually, he's the one that gave the green light to this meeting. He's the one, because Luna and I went to him. Man, you asked me about reverse engineering.
Do you think that there's something nefarious going on with reverse engineering? Do you have any reason to believe that?
I don't know about nefarious, but this is Aircraft Americans. This country has apparently, according to witnesses, that they've retrieved, yet we don't have access to it, that someone else is profiting from it. I think you could get into some, if you have espionage from other countries and things like that, I'd rather we have that than China.
Is it nefarious or nefarious?
Nefarious.
Okay.
I say nefarious. You say nefarious.
Well, she said nefarious.
Did
I
you know
also
what
say
you said?
nefarious. Yeah.
I say nefarious.
Issue too is if there's technology that's being reverse engineered and it's being done by a third party, who ultimately owns and has control of that technology?
Bingo.
So again, those are questions that Congress should be asking and that we get answers to.
To that point, David Grush did say in there that he gave information to the inspectors general about where these things are allegedly located. Do you have access to that?
There's a letter that's going to be penned that the members who are here today will likely sign on, as well as any other member, Democrat or Republican, to get that information, and then just goes into the American.
Potentially visit those sites?
100%.
We'll see what they have.
Yeah, 100%.
Hey, y'all, what's next?
We're going to formulate some more ideas. We'll get some legislation out of this. But what I'd hoped, honestly, was I'm shocked actually at just the amount of information that came out, because all the roadblocks that we were put up against us. So I think what's going to happen now, the floodgates, other people are going to say, I've got some information, I'd like to come swear in. And that's what we're going to start doing. We're going to start talking to people. We're going to start naming names.
Are you aware of any foreign governments that are also engaged in potentially covering up any?
Yes. I've talked to folks overseas, or I haven't. Let me rephrase that. I've been on several podcasts that have discussed it, and I've read about it too. There's so many incidents. Everybody talks about Roswell, New Mexico, but there's an incident in Canada. There's an incident in England.
Brazil, right?
Brazil was another one. China, Chile. They're just on down the list. You just name the country. Yeah, it's there.
What's your thought of having the technology, but also possible aliens as well?
Well, if they came here, something had to fly it. But
Can
I
you
want you to
pause it
think
for a
about
second?
this.
I saw a map on social media that showed all countries in the world that had reported UAP UFO phenomena.
Mm.
And the continental US was like a fucking Christmas tree. And every other country in the world, little dots, very, very obscure spots. And that leads me to speculate. If everything that's being claimed is true, tested here, tested in other countries that don't have that technology or have not advanced in the reverse engineering of this technology, the way that the United States military industrial complex has. Has anybody forgotten what Dwight D. Eisenhower said when he exited office? What are we supposed to question and never trust? The military industrial complex. Does this factor in now to what he may have known when he left office? You don't know, but it certainly gives you pause to wonder.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what's on page 47 of the president's book.
I've never heard of the president's book.
You never saw the National Treasure movie?
A long time ago. I didn't remember that part of it. I'll have to check that out again.
It's where the president tells Gates, he's like, once you got that book, why don't you take a look at page 47? Let me know what you think about that. And they were supposed to make a movie related to that mysterious page, and some had suspected it had to do with extraterrestrials. And that may still be a movie that's in production, but obviously
Disney
with the writers' strikes and stuff, we might not see that for some time.
I don't even think the writer's strike would prevent it, Ed. I think Disney's in the toilet right now, so that would be a great movie for them to develop. But they've got to go and change, all of the traditional stuff with any of their older that's their agenda right now, is reimagining all of their animated movies, not actually moving forward with contemporary stuff that people are interested in. But Warren brings up a good point here. Also, the pyramid all over the world with similar build styles, Egyptian hieroglyphics found in South America, flood and sky visitor mythologies in almost every culture. Okay, we're almost to the end of this one. And we'll be wrapping up the UAP segment probably in the next 10 minutes or so. There's a lot of smaller nuggets I just want to share because I've tried to like curate the best stuff that I think really captures all of the important points that as things continue evolving and the onion, more layers of the onion are peeled back this year, this is the starting point for everybody.
Yeah, I'm actually glad you found this News Nation video because I don't watch all of News Nation's content, but I had watched the or listened to the actual hearing, but hadn't heard this interview part after the fact where they're really talking about all the stuff that they're going to have to follow up on.
They're into it, man. They're like dogs with a bone now. They're not letting go. They're not letting go. And
Think about
Luna,
this.
she also said, hey, man, you guys in the press, you got to do your job too, which I think is fantastic because I don't doubt that the people in this congressional here, look, this has nothing to do with politics. This has to do with knowledge and understanding how the things that have been covered up give certain people power that the rest of us deserve to know about. They're not going to let go of that. And they've already signaled the press, you guys got to keep the heat on and clearly stop dismissing this as fantasy.
Yeah, Uncle Warren says Snoop Dogg's going to remake National Treasure, but instead of using the Declaration of Independence as a map, he's going to roll a giant blunt with it. Chaos ensues. Yeah,
and
did you know?
And hilarity.
Did you know Snoop has his own ice cream now? It's called Dr. Bombay. Not making this up. Real ice cream. He's got his own. I'm like, okay.
We need a Chicago corner flavor.
Yeah, I know. We'll have to come up with some really ridiculous names for the flavor. Malort Ripple or something. I don't know.
And something with the capabilities of traveling light years, not showing a heat signature, the energy capabilities of that would put the Pentagon out of business. We wouldn't be fighting these worthless wars overseas over oil, and American boys and girls wouldn't be dying. It would put the war pigs out of business, and they'd have to go somewhere else. And I'm all for that.
Yes. It would completely cause an upheaval of the power structure all over the world, especially with U.S. and NATO. And that's probably why they don't want this stuff coming out. Because
this is why it's been covered up for decades. Yeah. The military-industrial complex that existed at the time of Roswell and had the information the Vatican passed on after World War II, allegedly.
There are more U.S. military bases around the world than any other country, and there's no reason for that in a world where we don't know that UFOs exist, but in one where they do, we really don't need that many military bases unless they think an invasion is coming, and in which case it was made quite clear to us that we're way outgunned. That we don't, they're way ahead of us technologically. We're like ants to them.
It's very possible too, if they're visiting us, maybe there are resources here that have nothing to do with us as living beings that serve purposes that they need, which is why they don't want us to destroy ourselves. Or perhaps we're archaeological research study, is in line with the concept that we were bred from primates. We were a breeding experiment, and that's Corbell mentioned in the previous video. This would change what we understand of our humanity, if that relation also exists. That everything this world is an experiment that was set off or created by an interdimensional extraterrestrial intelligence with what was already here that was primitive.
I'm all for that.
All right, guys.
Is that good?
Follow up with that.
Thank y'all. Please follow up, and thank you all so much.
Okay, we can stop this video. And you know what, Ed? The next video I have, we don't need to run that because he's finished in this one. About the next video I had in the show notes was about the war pigs, and that was at the end of this long clip. So we're good with that. I can actually remove that from our show notes.
So next.
Yeah. So, and this goes to what Dominic asked earlier. Klaus on Twitter, Grush confirms companies are overcharging taxpayers for technology and funneling the extra money through IRAD to UFO reverse engineering programs. Now, I went online and looked up IRAD, and I actually shared the page that describes IRAD is the structure of how the government, the Pentagon, and the military-industrial complex awards contracts to defense contractors that carry on compartmentalized research that they charge not our government, they charge us for. Dominic, there's your answer. Next tweet. Interesting point here. Ross Kothberg says he knows for a fact Trump and Barack Obama have been briefed on the UAP reverse engineering and recovery program. There are some that are speculating that some of these documents that Trump had at Mar-a-Lago might be intelligence documents related to the UAP program. We don't know yet.
Oh, that could be another reason why they're rushing to get all this information out.
You don't know.
See,
but let's watch this video. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, because Trump can't just come out and say that,
no, he
because then they will put him into prison.
Because he's violating military secrets. That's exactly what it is.
And he can't.
Even a president can't do that. He can't. Right.
Not anymore. So, you want me to play that, or?
Yeah, play it. Let's play it. Now, Kothberg is the journalist who broke.
I know for a fact that
he broke the first interview with David Grush on News Nation.
I know for a fact that Donald Trump has been briefed on what I'm telling you. I know that Donald Trump is in the loop on the phenomenon, on UFOs. I know that to some degree he's been briefed into the existence of a crash retrieval program and the fact that there is a secret reverse engineering program going on in the United States. I know that President Obama, after he left the presidency, was also briefed into it. And
this background music is awesome.
Well, here's the thing, too, to know about Kothberg. How does he know? Because Grush probably told him off the record, okay? Grush didn't state it, but what Ross is alluding to is stuff that he's heard that I would imagine he has no reason to disbelieve. I mean, don't we want to think the presidents are debriefed on this stuff?
Well, they should, yeah.
Now, constituent polling, Dominic shares, should we trust the military-industrial complex just on the latest UFO information, but not anything else? We shouldn't trust the military-industrial complex on anything.
Yeah,
I don't know. I guess I'm not clear on what your framing of this.
Unless he's suggesting that the three witnesses at the hearing are part of the military-industrial complex. Okay, that's a fair question, but still,
I don't. Yeah, but yeah, they were, and they've now taken an oath to reveal stuff that they can't state publicly, but are happy to state to our congressional representatives behind closed doors. And military intelligence again, hands tied, guys. I mean, they've taken this as far as they can right now, and with the hopes that Congress can use some muscle to get a little bit further.
Yeah, we just unfortunately we have to wait till a lot of these members of Congress stop stroking out and finally get the message and retire.
Yeah, that's another story at the end of the show.
Oh, God.
And if you look online, you'll find.
You were saying?
The videos regarding our Feinstein and Mitch McConnell are just, I mean,
yeah,
they're hilarious. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be an asshole, but they're hilarious in how they just drive home the point that it's like we're living in the age of the emperor has no clothes. The nakedness of the situation is right in front of us and people are still ignoring it. That Congress, for the most part, is an old age home with senile octogenarians, not septuagenarians, October, octogenarians. I don't know if it goes into Novemberarians or Decemberarians.
Yeah, it's members of the silent generation, basically our parents' age.
Yeah,
and
people in their 80s who have long passed their expiration dates.
And to be fair to the silent generation, there's a lot of people in the silent generation still have all their marbles together. They're not dealing with any, little mental issues or anything. It just so happens that a whole lot of members of Congress seem to be dealing with that. Right.
And I'll even give Bernie Sanders a pass. Bernie Sanders is almost 80. He still seems to have all of his marbles.
Yeah, he's sharp as a tack. It's just a giant disappointment.
Yeah.
That's what he is.
Various interviews where President Obama noticeably changed his tone and became far more respectful of the notion that there really is something to this UFO. I know for a fact.
Okay, that was the end of that. So Dominic adds, and what behind closed doors will our corporate paid members of Congress do with this information? I don't know, Dominic. Do you think that they're going to hide it from us? When you say corporate paid members, I don't know how many of our members of Congress are controlled by the military aerospace industries. I do acknowledge that they are probably more primarily controlled by Wall Street, the pharmaceutical cartel, and the insurance cartel. I don't think the aerospace industries have a lot of influence over our members of Congress. I think that is compartmentalized with the Defense Department, the Pentagon, and military intelligence, just from a more logical assessment.
I don't know enough about all the different paths of where all the money is coming from and where it's going to really know. I know BlackRock has their fingers in every pie, so who knows who's running that? Or someone showed a map. Someone had a map of all the giant conglomerates that were basically running the world. I don't have a link to it. I wish I had a link to bring that up on the screen, because you go, oh, hey, look, over there in the corner is the World Economic Forum. They're a huge deal. Except then there's 5 or 6 other giant nefarious unknown organizations that are also doing all kinds of stuff and controlling different aspects of your life.
And Dominic, what would you have Congress do now? Just, okay, you know what we got, we need, we're done. Nah, we're not going to pursue this. What do you want? Would you rather that? I mean, the contrarian mindset. Yeah, I'm very cynical myself. I mean, I don't know anybody who doesn't think I'm not cynical. Okay, I'm very cynical. I don't believe 90% of the things that I'm told. In this instance, because this has been covered up for so long, and I follow this phenomenon for so long, and you know what? I was cynical about. Do you know why we don't have a lot to report about in Chicago this week? Because we actually have an adult occupying the 5th floor at City Hall right now. I was looking at stories, local stories, Ed, and I'm like, it's not like when Lori Lightfoot was in power. I mean, every show is about fucking Lori Lightfoot and what she was mismanaging, what she was bungling, who she was pissing off, people she wasn't helping. And I'm like, wow, yeah, violence is still, look, gun violence, gang violence. It's not like Mayor Johnson was going to put on his Superman cape and fly around the city and stop crime, despite what the Chicago Contrarian thinks on Twitter, right? But, you know.
Or the Tribune editorial board.
Yeah, but he's uniting people. And it's like, oh, wow, shit's getting done. I was musing before the show, Ed, this is more a national show than a local show tonight because of everything we're seeing nationally, because there's not a lot happening in Chicago that I think, aside from our Cop Watch segment coming up, that demands a whole lot of attention, because I think we finally got some decent leadership there.
Yeah,
and
I mean, we did cover a bit of local stuff on Tuesday, you know, with the whole the unions making a peace deal with the Democratic Party for the upcoming convention, that kind of stuff. You know, I mean,
we're not happy about that, but that's
no, it's the usual politics is what that is.
Yeah. You don't have to be happy about it, but we understand it. He ran as a Democrat, a progressive Democrat, but he ran as a Democrat nonetheless. Is he going to tell the Democratic Party in a union town, no, we can't have your convention here? I'm not happy he can't say, go fuck yourselves. I wish he could. But I understand it. And I think in the scheme of things, that doesn't bug me as much, seeing all the good and the uniting that he is doing, that he is committing to in other areas. So.
Yeah, I see. Dick on Rockfin has a lot to say in the Rockfin chat.
Uh-oh, what's Dick have to say? I don't have Rockfin open.
I put a link in the private chat in case you want to have that tab.
Okay.
It's mostly about, it's all the typical things. It's like he very, very contrarian, very doubtful of things, questionable about sources. Talking about he thinks News Nation is part of Operation Mockingbird. Well, I mean, I wouldn't rule that out. Operation Mockingbird is where basically the CIA started taking over the news airwaves by replacing a lot of the people in those networks with actual CIA operatives. And the truth is, a lot of people in most of the mainstream media in the United States are in one way or another connected to that Operation Mockingbird. And people will be skeptical and say, I've got my tinfoil hat on right now. But for Dick to just, focus on News Nation, News Nation's the only one actually covering the UFO stuff right now in a reasonable way. The other channels are starting to cover it because they have no choice at this point.
They have to. Yeah, exactly. They have to. They can't ignore it anymore because I think it is so historic. So, Dick, I'm looking at your comments on Rockfin. And first of all, I want to say I'm so happy to see more viewers engaging with us on Rockfin. And I'm not going to dismiss what your concerns are. I guess we're just going to have to wait it out and see what happens. And I have no problem being patient to see where this hearing leads to next.
Yeah, but you do.
We're
definitely.
Wait a minute.
We're definitely feeding you with our Gen X childhood Star Trek TV mind control.
No, we're not.
That is yes, we are.
No.
Yes, we are.
I'm more of a Star Wars.
Okay.
I grew up on Star Wars, which was about good, evil empires controlling powerful empires and a rebellion of people that wanted to change things. That's where I'm coming from. And you know what? Don't dismiss Gen X, especially in comparison. I don't know what generation you are, Dick.
I don't know if he's being dismissive. I'm just being observant because I'm also throwing at you my Stargate SG-1 mind control, because if you watch that series, and I think there were like 8, 9 or 9 seasons of that thing, plus a couple spinoffs, a lot of the lore of those stories is eerily similar to some of the stuff that's coming out now about the different alien races and some of the technologies and all that other stuff. We mentioned in previous show about 0-point modules as an energy source. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I don't know if the Star Trek Dick on Rockfin is referring to as Next Generation or Original Trek, of which I will say I did pay attention to, and I've actually been rewatching the original 60s show, which was a utopian vision of the future. It was a optimistic look at a hope of where we could go. I don't think we're there. I don't think we're ever going to get there. But I do think the idealism there was meant to try to inspire people. I never got into Next Generation because I just thought it got too silly. And Dick, I'd like to know what generation you are, because I think Generation X is even though I'm part of it, when I look at the other generations before and after, I'm like, I think we lucked out, those of us in Generation X, because I think we're practical. Yeah.
I think we're optimistic. But I think we're also critical thinkers to challenge the powers that be, the status quo.
We're the last generation that existed before technology like the internet and mobile phones. And so we've been able to cross over and adapt in ways that other generations can't.
With our learned experience that came previously, while also embracing everything from the future.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the internet is like a library on your desktop. I remember when I was a kid going to the library to find books, to discover things. It was such a magical, wonderful learning experience. Now I just go online, and I know you can't believe everything you see online, but the point is you've got the world at your fingertips, and the internet is what's changed everything. It's what's helped change consciousness and realize you don't have to just listen to those that are controlling the airwaves. You can find independent thinkers, critical thinkers that are not serving an agenda in the commercialized mainstream for-profit news system now. News used to be a loss leader. It meant that it wasn't monetized. You didn't charge commercial time. You didn't make money off of it. It was a public service back when we were growing up. Then CNN came along and the elimination of the fairness doctrine under Reagan. And everything basically went to the toilet from that point forward to where we are now, where it's people yelling at each other, claiming that they're telling you the news, whether it's Fox, MSDNC, or Clinton News Network. They all are serving an agenda, and you know, obviously you know how. Look at who their sponsors are on CNN or Fox: pharmaceutical companies, defense contractors, which means that those news networks cannot critically think or challenge or investigate the crimes that pharmaceutical industries, the health insurance industry, or the military industrial complex industry that I was in the hospital emergency room a month ago, Ed, and I'm seeing commercials for Boeing and what was the other? It starts with the N. Not Nord Stream. The other big defense contractor. I'm like, who are these commercials for? Who are watching the news? I'm not going to go to Walmart and buy something from Boeing or buy something from this pharmaceutical company that tells me why this drug is great, but then it's got a million side effects that I got to be warned about.
Yeah, the side effects take longer to read off than the rest of the commercial where they're trying to tell you to talk to your doctor about the thing.
Yeah.
It's funny as hell. Chicago Quarter brought to you by Pfizer Raytheon jab drones.
Raytheon and
get your Pfizer Raytheon jab drones today, where you can drone people and jab them at the same time.
All right, let's go to the next tweet. We're almost out of UAPs, and we'll get it to locals. What limited local stuff I could find that I think is interesting that we need to pay attention to?
Yeah. Okay. Do we want the last tab on this message for Congress one?
No, we want in the Ross says he knows for a fact Trump and Obama. There's one more tweet before the end closing.
Where the hell is that? Shoot.
It's not the same. No, it's from GTP podcast.
Oh, hold on a second. No, I got it. Okay. That's the one. Oh, that's the link I got. GTP podcast.
Oh, and there was one before it, maybe.
Is there a previous?
Yeah, there are two
them?
tweets. So, yeah, witness citizen. There's a link above it.
Oh, okay.
You missed it.
All right, give me a second here. Ross says he knows for a fact that Trump and Barack Obama have been. This is the video we just watched.
Oh, it's this. Oh, I guess it's the same video then. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, same video. I took two sources. Sorry. So yeah, let's click to enclose. We get it. Let's get to the enclosing. All right, this comes from Riz Verk. Message for Congress and the Department of Defense on UFOs, UAPs. It's pretty simple what the American people want to know about UFOs and UAPs. What we don't like is wordsmithing and government bureaucracy and secretive statements and ridiculous acronyms and BS. We don't really give a shit whether it's AARO or the HOC or the NDAA or the CIA or the Department of Energy or the NRO or NASA or ATIP or the DIA or ODNI or the UAPTF or in a SCIF or in committee XYZ. Did you notice of those acronyms, I only recognized one? Well, CIA and Department of Energy. Yeah, Central Intelligence, blah, blah, blah.
Even NASA, we know that one.
Well, yeah. Even if it was the Air Force or the Navy, or for that matter, Lockheed or Battelle, we really don't give a flying fuck. We just want unambiguous answers to the following questions. Has the Department of Defense or government encountered anomalous craft that were unambiguously non-human? Has the Department of Defense or government or private companies recovered non-human craft and or technologies? Scroll, please. Has the government or private entities had a reverse engineering program working on these technologies for decades? Has the U.S. or private entities ever encountered non-human biological entities alive or dead? Had the U.S. or private entities hidden this fact from the American people, and if so, used illegal means to do so? And if any of these are true, where are these technologies and or bodies now? Oh, and we want anyone who's lied, hidden the truth, etc., to come clean, and anyone that's threatened to retaliate or kill anyone hiding this secret to go to jail. Is that too much to ask? All right. Have you all had enough of UAP stuff tonight?
I think we've had our fill. That's 2 hours. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty comprehensive.
Yeah.
Yes, to your private chat, and I did to prevent accidents.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, until
Everybody.
we can sort out a few things here, we don't want anybody accidentally deleting some live chats that we might need in the future. It's a temporary situation.
I didn't know there was anything to moderate. Looks like everything looks good.
No, it's it's usually it's just chat
Oh,
bots.
Where Pilgrim.
Text.
Okay, so Where Pilgrim. I see. Ed messaged me in the private chat. Where Pilgrim. I don't know what you thought to moderate, but yeah, I turned off all moderators to prevent some comments from people from disappear. And quite frankly, I would prefer, unless it's sex bots, I would prefer to have all comments in the chat always exist there. So, you know, if people want to hang themselves or embarrass themselves, it's there. Stuff doesn't need to be edited or censored. All right, let's go into the big news here in Chicago. Even though we're now facing some storms and wind, we got a heat wave, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Everybody needs to stay in. Budget for the incredibly insane Commonwealth Edison bill you're going to get stuck with next month from your air conditioning.
Yeah, me living halfway underground is actually a benefit because I benefit from all the people living above me who are running their AC, so mine doesn't work as hard.
I am shocked when I go into my basement to do laundry. It's always cold down there in the summer, and it's always warm down there in the winter while I've got my heat and my air blowing on the second floor, you know, to combat both. I wish I had the environment climate in my basement, but I guess it's because it's all concrete down there. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, moving to local news, dangerous heat rolls into Chicago Thursday. This comes from Joe Ward at Block Club Chicago. The city is under an excessive heat risk, with the heat index expected to hit triple digits, according to the National Weather Service. Now, I know that Kathy Powers was doing some heat indexing. I don't know if that was neighborhood to neighborhood in regards to cooling centers that the city is supposed to be providing for people that might not have the benefit of putting aside, savings to pay ComEd to stay cool at home. But the city is under a significant excessive heat risk Thursday as temperatures are expected to climb to nearly triple digits, according to the National Weather Service. Dangerous heat is expected through the Chicago area Thursday and Friday, with much of the area under excessive heat warnings or heat advisories, the National Weather Service said early Thursday. Temperatures yesterday, were forecasted to top out at 96 degrees, while Friday could see a high of 97 degrees. The Weather Service said combined with humidity, the heat index could reach as high as 110 degrees. I'm going to look at curious to see what my weather app is reporting right now in Chicago. We're at
currently
78.
Jerry. Yes,
And
currently Jerry in Irving Park it's 79.
I've got 78 with severe thunderstorm watch until 2 a.m. Additional alerts, flood warnings.
Yeah, crazy weather, man.
Yeah, did you ever see that movie, The Day After Tomorrow?
Yes.
All the crazy weather patterns.
Yeah, any minute now that next ice age is coming, man.
Yeah, Jake Jellybean. I mean, Gyllenhaal starred in it.
Oh, that's right. Gyllenhaal was in that. Okay.
All right, so there's
That's
a
great
chance.
disaster flick.
Disaster porn, as I like to call it. 2020 was it 2010? No, 2012 was another great Roland Emmerich disaster porn movie. So was Independence Day. I got to rewatch that now in light of all these UAP revelations.
Yeah, it's more relevant than ever. We got to grab clips out of there because
that's a good point.
There's so many relevant ones right now.
So, as reported yesterday, we're seeing it now. Thunderstorms rolling through the area. The storms could help drive down temperatures. We saw some last night, but are also capable of producing heavy rainfall, hail, and winds of up to 60 miles per hour. Now, let me get to the heat relief. Chicagoans can beat the heat by walking into one of the city's six, count them, six, Ed, cooling centers. A Park District field house or any Chicago public library. Mayor Johnson,
Is anyone else seeing
This is something
Jerry's
Lori-
video skipping a little bit, or is it just me?
Lori Lightfoot left this legacy. We hoped you could maybe improve 6 cooling centers. Cooling centers are open 9 to 5 p.m. during the week. So where do people go at night when it's really, really hot? With the exception of Garfield Center, 10 South Kedzie Avenue, which is open 24 hours a day. Well, lucky 1 out of 6 got it beat. The location of cooling centers are below: Englewood Center, 1140 West 79th Street; Garfield Center, 10 South Kedzie Avenue; King Center, 4314 South Cottage Grove; North Area Center, 845 West Wilson; South Chicago Center, 8650 South Commercial Avenue; and Trina Davila Center at 4312 West North Avenue. I don't see any cooling centers. Well, I guess the one North Area Center is up north, but they close at 5. Mayor Johnson, I think this is something you need to pay attention to. Speaking of Mayor Johnson, this was a encouraging story.
Oh, actually, related to this, should we play the thing about the heat mapping?
Is that from Kathy?
It was not from Kathy, but I noticed that one of our Patreons, Dr. Howard Ehrman, is featured in this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You shared that. I didn't see that before the show, but I remember you let me know. Yeah, let's run that video too, please. Thank you for catching that.
Where you live in Chicago can impact just how hot you feel, and it has to do with more than the lake proximity. CBS 2 investigator Megan Hickey is digging into how different neighborhoods are feeling the heat.
What's working here and what's not working over here?
That's the question some communities have been asking for ages. On the most sweltering summer days, why is it that some of Chicago's communities of color are feeling temps that are sizzling a little hotter?
They have been disinvested in with green infrastructure, trees, parks, everything.
It's very true.
They've been hyper invested.
Can you pause it for a moment?
In terms of things.
Yeah.
Anytime you drive along the south side, especially west of University of Chicago, trees. It's all like there's nothing. There's no foliage. There's no trees. There's no shade. So many of those neighborhoods that are gutted with abandoned housing, and when I say abandoned, I mean stuff that's like in ruins. A lot of those neighborhoods don't. Well, let's let Dr. Ehrman continue, because I just wanted to share. When I've driven down on the south side, I've clearly noticed that. What we have up on the north side with shade from our trees, they don't have on the south and west sides as much.
Things that cause heat.
Those things that cause extra heat include heavy traffic, roads, parking lots, and large industrial areas like this one on the city's west side. Former Assistant City of Chicago Health Commissioner turned Mi Villita Neighbors community organizer, Dr. Howard Ehrman.
This is a grant from the federal government to the city of Chicago.
Is one of the stakeholders.
And we can brag, Patreon of the show.
Davis has booked their verb.
Why did it do that?
Patron of the show, one of our number one patrons, Dr. Howard Ehrman. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Where'd he go? Sorry, I'm trying to get back to the spot where we were at here.
Trees, parks, everything. But they've been hyper invested in terms of things that cause heat.
Those things that cause extra heat include heavy traffic, roads, parking lots, and large industrial areas like this one on the city's west side. Former Assistant City of Chicago Health Commissioner turned Mi Villita Neighbors community organizer, Dr. Howard Ehrman.
This is a grant from the federal government to the city of Chicago.
Is one of the stakeholders who pushed for the massive heat mapping project that's now underway.
Hold it carefully from the base so we don't break the antenna.
These high-tech sensors and an army of more than 500 paid resident scientists are the answer. They're driving around 76 different neighborhood areas and sending back temperature data to a satellite in real time.
And then once it's up, then you turn it on.
Why? The city and community partners are gathering this important data to help address heat disparities in the future.
We want to identify vulnerability.
Raid Mansour, Director of Environmental Innovation with the Chicago Department of Public Health, tells me that while planting trees is an important long-term step, this data will be used to direct funds to the neighborhoods that need it. Whether that's
to make sure that all public buildings have solar and generators, and also places that people can go when the lights go out.
or something as simple as a green park or a splash pad with scientific evidence showing which communities need it most.
How do we create more of these resources within the community that aren't too far, that it's easy for families to go and enjoy an experience together?
Now, heat is the #1 weather-related cause of death in the U.S., and Chicago is the largest city by population to ever attempt this type of heat mapping project. Live in the Loop, Megan Hickey, CBS 2 investigators. Jim and Erica.
All right.
Now, I just want to back up really quick here on the screen. Let's see if it'll get me to the here. You see, O'Hare. This was 6 p.m. tonight. 88 degrees. The heat index was 98. And that was, you know, with the sun on, like, heading south and starting to set.
Yeah.
And we're in the Midwest.
No global warming to see here, ladies and gentlemen. Where's constitutional conservative to deny the climate change and global warming tonight?
Well, you know what they'll do is just like, dude, what? You never had a hot summer before?
So I also want to mention Dr. Ehrman and the People's Response Network are very, very much at the forefront of social action here, social and civic action here across the city of Chicago. And we had an opportunity to share their People's Response Network mayoral forum. Was that in January, December? Ed and I went out and covered it.
I don't remember, but we did it.
We did it. Proud collaborators. They are really, really very dedicated and committed, unpaid. They don't have a lot of resources, but you know what? They don't care. They get out there and get stuff done, and we really tip our hats to them. So I appreciate Dr. Ehrman's support of the program, and we appreciate everything that he and the People's Response Network are out there doing for the good of our fellow Chicagoans. So speaking of Mayor Johnson, as I was mentioning with the cooling centers, the 6 cooling centers in a city that ranges from, the north side where I am to the south side, which almost seems to border Indiana, 6 cooling centers. Got to do something about that. But what Mayor Johnson was doing something about this week, I thought was really impressive, was he asked Chicago youth for budget feedback. And as Chalk Beat Chicago reports, hundreds showed up. The youth showed up. Chalk Beat Chicago, a teacher's website, education professional website, lest we forget Mayor Johnson was a teacher, which is why I think his leadership style is as successful as it's shown so far in his ability to unite people and not have a thin skin when the hard questions come in. He's more interested in engaging and conversation than dismissing people that might have something contrary to what he's proposing. So anyway, this is reported by Max Lubbers at Chalk Beat Chicago. In a new move for Chicago's budget process, Mayor Brandon Johnson put out a call to the city's young people. He wanted to hear what their priorities for spending are. They responded in force. Within a week of the announcement, pre-registration for a youth roundtable was full. How about that, man? The mayor opens it up to the city's youth, and they're like,
and 350 of them. Yeah.
Sold out. Could you imagine Lori Lightfoot doing this? Come on. Come on. We know what Lori Lightfoot did. I mean, she shut down Millennial Park with her ridiculous curfews, right? Yeah, because that was gonna end crime. What else? I mean, she was useless. She wasn't interested in engaging with the youth.
No, sir. You will stop speaking. You will stop speaking. You're full of crap, and that's the nicest thing that I can say.
Here's a guy who's showing how you do it, Lori.
What? Hold on a second.
Within a week. What? I'm muted?
We're getting a little skipping on your audio here. Let's see if your thing will catch up here if we just give it a second.
tell me when I'm clear.
Go for it.
About 350 teens and young people showed up for the event on Tuesday, eager to talk about issues ranging from environmental justice and public health to education and affordable housing. Johnson told the youth, ages 13 to 24, not to hold back their opinions. Their input will inform a report laying out budget priorities, he said. Some people will try to write you off and say you don't know enough because you're not grown. On the contrary, I think you may know more, he said. Your unique voice and perspectives and lived experiences have the power to open our eyes to something we didn't see before. My God, how fucking refreshing is that? The event was a new addition to the city's typical budget process, which includes public hearings ahead of the mayor releasing a proposal to the city council by October 15th. It was Crystal Lawson's first time participating in an event like this. She's 14 years old. Her priority, community safety and mental health. Quote, there's a lack of mental health. 14-year-old has figured this out, Ed. There's a lack of mental health resources and a lack of people being able to feel vulnerable in their neighborhood and be able to talk to someone, she said. Faith Townsell of North Lawndale, an intern for the mayor's office, helped put the roundtable together. In the past, she said she had attended a feedback event on the city budget, but the jargon tossed around made it hard to understand what was going on. Townsell pointed out the diversity among the audience, not only in terms of race, but also in terms of the schools that the participants attend, not just selective enrollment schools, but neighborhood schools also. 2, I feel really, really encouraged, Townsell said. So many people care about the city, and it shows that young people really do have a voice. At the roundtable in the Winter Garden at Harold Washington Library, teens and young adults sat at tables marked with topics: public health and mental health, affordable housing and homelessness, environmental justice and infrastructure, neighborhood and community development, and community safety. Volunteers at each table took notes and helped move the conversation along, asking young people what ideas they had for investment. After about 25 minutes, the young people switched tables for another discussion. Participants could also fill out surveys. At the end of the event, 5 participants over the age of 16 were randomly selected to win Lollapalooza passes. Though Chicago schools weren't on the official list of topics, many young people told Chalkbeat that education frequently came up in the discussions. Jayla Anderson, Westbrook 15, said she felt excited to share the changes she wants implemented, including more services in schools to support mental health. We talked about getting social workers and psychologists in schools, public schools, not just private schools. Ed.
Yeah.
What?
It's
social workers and psychologists aren't in public schools already.
Well, I don't know the details. I can't speak to whether there are even any.
She's whatever school she's attending, whatever public school she's attending, she doesn't see that support. I don't think she has any reason to lie. We talked about getting social workers and psychologists to schools, public schools, not just private schools that look like us and that we could connect with us, Anderson Westbrook said. The largest revenue source for Chicago Public Schools budget comes from city taxpayers, but late last month, the school board already approved a flat $9.4 billion for the upcoming 2023-24 school year. The city's budget covers a host of services, not only public schools, but also libraries, public health, and policing. Unlike Chicago public schools, the city budget operates on a calendar year and must be approved by the end of the year. Typically, city council votes on it before Thanksgiving. As Johnson plans his budget proposal, participant Aljane Williams, 17 of Roseland, had a message for the mayor. Don't forget about the little people. Ms. Williams, I don't think he will. I think that this forum was an example of that he's not.
I'm not certain if we have clarification on that one line where they talk about getting social workers and psychologists to school, but then pausing to clarify public schools, not just private schools, but then continuing with that look like us and could connect with us. So does that mean that there are social workers and psychologists, but they're just out of touch because maybe, it's a bunch of white people who live in other cities who are chucked into these public schools? Or is it just that they don't have them at all?
That's a fair question. I would maybe err on the side of caution with your assessment.
Yeah.
I think your understanding of that statement is probably actually what she meant. Because I'd be shocked to know that there aren't psychologists or social workers or enough staffing Chicago public schools.
But that said, I mean, we know that public schools are underfunded and under-resourced, and fixing that would fix a whole lot of things with public schools and probably so society in general. Because if you're wanting to educate the kids and you keep telling us that they're the future, you want to make sure they have all the resources that they need when they're learning in the young age before they turn into adults. And so if you
potentially, Ed, unfortunately, maybe drift into crime because they don't have opportunities they don't have the access to the opportunities that would help them discover their talents, their inherent good, their inherent identities, along with the opportunities to grow and evolve into what they're meant to be, which is so often very cynically taken away from them because, Chicago public school teachers get paid too much. We're spending too much money on schools. We want to give them money. We want to give people vouchers so they can select where their kids go to school where they're actually properly taken care of, as opposed to decide, well, maybe this is bullshit. Maybe all the public schools ought to operate and treat all kids equally the same way across every fucking neighborhood in the city and surrounding suburbs, primarily white suburbs. Did I say that? All right, so let's move into our next story as we talk about affordable housing, as one of the topics brought up by one of these kids at Johnson's Forum had to do with homelessness. As reported by Block Club Chicago, this is a nice development. Mina Bloom reports Logan Square Humboldt Park affordable apartments under construction. The first phase of Encuentro Square is underway near the 606, while a 9-story affordable building is going up at California Avenue and Division Street. Crews recently started excavating the old Magid Glove Factory site at 3745 West Cortland to make way for Encuentro Square, a 187 affordable campus with a public park. The first phase of the city-approved project is in full swing. Developers Latin United Community Housing, known as Lucha, and the Evergreen Real Estate Group are constructing 2 buildings with 89 affordable apartments. Edge has the picture of them breaking ground. There's a nice representation, a rendering, there you go, of what's to be expected there when it's finished. Wow, a lot of lightning out there. Construction on the first phase is expected to take about 18 months, according to Lucha's Lincoln Standard, who updated neighbors on the project at a community meeting Thursday to discuss housing in the 26th ward. Leasing will begin in about a year, Standard said. Of the 89 apartments, 34 will be households earning 60% or less of the area median income, and 55 will be reserved as Chicago Housing Authority units until maybe they sell them off as high-priced condos. What do you think? Or am I being too unkind?
I'm getting tired of the people waiting for CHA housing being like given kind of like the half-assed treatment on actual housing. Look, they should be getting the priority. And if these developers want to work with the city should say, look, here's the deal. You're building public housing first. If we can get federal funding, or if we have to dig into our TIF funds to make sure that you're paid a reasonable amount of money for this housing, then so be it. But the people who have been waiting 3 or 4 decades for homes are getting freaking homes.
I just noticed Kathy joined us in the chat. She's home. Kathy, you came in at the right time. You were able to avoid all of our UAP coverage. You're a little late in the game with local Chicago coverage because we did cover the heat mapping story, Dr. Howard Ehrman's interview. I think it was with CBS News, and all the work People's Response Network is out there doing with the heat mapping. I think you mentioned in an email to me that the group was out doing that, and I'm assuming maybe you were involved in that. So I hope it all went well. And we're glad to see you in the live chat.
What a day to get out and do that too.
Right?
I mean, it was like raining in the morning, super hot in the afternoon, and it's storming again.
Art has a good point here. This is where I think the rich should be taxed less if they donate tons of money to school programs. Yeah, that's a fair trade-off. It's a fair trade-off.
We got what 24 billionaires in the state right now. They could fund public housing easily with a special assessment.
Art is sharing, if more migrants arrive, the next block of affordable housing will be built to house them. Add
them to the mix.
Yeah, I saw a story today. I didn't want to report on it because I just thought, okay. So, well, briefly, speaking of migrants, as Art just brought up, apparently there were 3 migrants that were charged with violent crimes. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm sure they were. I'm sure not all the migrants coming to Chicago are saints, but I'd like to see equal representation, like see, I don't know, white violent criminals aside from, the 3 migrants that they just picked up here. Like, that's a reflection of all the migrants, we also see this with, unfortunately, black violent criminals too. I just don't get a sense, and it's not because it's not happening, Ed. It's not like there aren't, they're violent white perpetrators, but we see what happens when they show their faces. They're ignored for almost a year when 40 complaints are lodged against them, like our friend, the Humboldt Park Nazi. Interesting, isn't it? We didn't hear about that till he offed himself, and finally, after a year, the news paid attention to this guy who was a menace in his neighborhood, who was also probably, unfortunately, a mental health casualty. But yeah, I just thought interesting. Dominic shares, talking about what young people or anyone else needs from government must be realized with legislation, provided anything else results in more discussions, not actions. Yep.
Yeah.
Kathy shares, we just beat the night rain. We had to wait 2 hours in the morning. Wow. Are there any other comments on Rockfin worth sharing, Ed?
Oh, let's take a look over there and see what's going on.
I'll continue with the story here. If you see anything.
Let me catch up on Dick on Rockfin because I think he's the only one in there commenting right now.
Let me continue with this story.
He's confirming that he is Gen X and he's not dissing us.
Well, even if he was, I don't take it personally. Okay. I mean, he has a right to his opinion. There will also be community and computer rooms, a lounge, a teaching kitchen, and outdoor terraces, along with on-site support services like early childhood education and mental health counseling for families and children, developers said. The $675 million development is supported by low-income housing tax credits, tax increment financing, donation tax credits, grants, low-interest loans, a private mortgage, and debt financing, officials previously said. The developers plan to build the park and a third affordable housing building over the next few years once more funding is secured. Further south, developer Hispanic Housing Development Corporation is building a 9-story complex on a long vacant lot at California Avenue and Division Street in Humboldt Park. Do you know what I love about this design, Ed? It
actually has character.
It embraces the architectural character of older Chicago neighborhoods. Yeah, I wish more buildings looked like this.
Yeah, I was going to say it's very similar aspects to some of the two flats and some of the other brownstones. Would you call this like a Burnham kind of hybrid style?
Generally, modern architecture has gone completely down the toilet. When you look at the beautiful architecture cities have lost to modern architectural nightmares, it just blows me away. How much is not rehabbed, restored in deference to just these ugly modern designs that just don't add any kind of character to any neighborhood. I mean, I know I'm more nostalgic, and I'm much more a lover of history and neighborhoods and stuff. But I mean, look,
some contractors have appreciation for architecture and some don't.
And I think that these do, because that, even though you can tell it's modern, it doesn't have all the beautiful, sculptures along the top or along the sides that you normally see in designs of this type from older eras. It does represent or reproduce the aesthetic of older apartment buildings that we've seen across the city that, would be constructed from the 1920s forward. So construction on Pedro Albizu Campos apartment started early this year and is expected to wrap up next spring. Hipólito Paul Roldan, Hispanic Housing's president and CEO, said at Thursday's meeting. Once built, the complex at 1203 North California Avenue will offer 64 affordable apartments for households earning 30 to 60% of the area median income, 9 one-bedroom units, 15 two-bedroom units, and 43 bedroom units, Roldan said. Plans include 2,500 square feet of commercial space, 19 parking spaces, and 49 bike parking spaces. Hispanic Housing received city council approval in 2022. Hispanic Housing also wants to build 40 affordable units on the La Casa Puerto Roquena site. Oh, I actually pulled that off. Around the I think
Close
I
enough.
did. Do you speak Spanish?
Hold on, let me go. I'm sorry, I'm flipping between tabs here. Where are you at? Where we looking for Puerto Riqueña?
Oh, okay. Go with what Ed said. Do you speak Spanish?
I took 4 years in high school, so I can speak some conversational Spanish, but I don't know a lot of the vocabulary. So occasionally it'll be me going, "Cómo se dice pizza en español?"
It'll always be that, Ed. Come on, fess up. It will always be that.
And they will say, "Pizza." There is no alternate word. I'm jealous because Jerry's got pizza right now and I don't. Although I'll probably make some tomorrow.
So Hispanic Housing also wants to build 40 affordable units on the La Casa Puerto Riqueña site around the corner.
Puerto
Riqueña site around the corner at 1237 North California. But they're struggling to get the project off the ground after the city reneged on providing the capital, Roldan said. If funding is ultimately secured, Hispanic Housing hopes to begin construction on that project by the end of the year, Roldan said. The alderman is sprinkling holy water on the mayor, Roldan joked Thursday. Hispanic Housing is having similar issues redeveloping the old Pioneer Arcade at 1535 North Pulaski to affordable senior housing, the Tribune reported. The city rejected the developer's request for low-income housing tax credits, putting the project in jeopardy. Why would the city reject a request for low-income housing tax credits to house low-income residents? Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Good question.
The financial hurdles come following a string of controversies involving Hispanic Housing's building management. Okay, well, I guess we get
I think Kathy is touching on in the chat as well.
Okay, I see. Yeah. So the article shares 3 women living in a Hispanic housing building in Rogers Park died from oppressive heat in May. Residents of a senior building in Uptown went public in July with complaints of a rodent and cockroach infestation. All right, so yeah, I think there's some problems they need to solve before they get housing tax credits, since they're not doing the job they're supposed to do to begin with, protecting these other residents and tenants. Mm-hmm. And a 2019 Block Club investigation revealed a Hispanic housing veterans building in Humboldt Park suffers from a number of issues. Last year, Hispanic housing was under investigation by the CHA for allegedly removing protesters and local residents who were living in its vacant Humboldt Park buildings. End of article. Scene. Is that how they do it? On stage, actors, when they finish, scene.
I don't know. I'm not an actor.
I just remember that, I think, from high school, or what few acting classes I took in a time when I was delusional about being an actor. All right, so let's see here. Moving in to our next story.
I look at this town, and I don't like what I see anymore.
And we're waiting for Jerry's microphone to catch up while we bring up this story from WGN.
Wow. If here's what I think about this story, Ed. This speaks to I speculate this speaks to all the migrants that disappeared after it was initially reported that there were some sexual assaults, including the rape, I'm going to call it a rape, alleged rape, of an underage 14-year-old teen in one of the police stations that resulted in a pregnancy. COPA reported suddenly all of those reports they could not follow up on because all of the migrants that allegedly reported those assaults have disappeared. And you've got the Fraternal Order of Police and every KKK Nazi on Twitter, celebrating, oh, see, it was false. The police can do no wrong. This was just meant to smear the police department. And there were never any migrants. There were never any assaults to investigate to begin with. Okay. So then this story comes up from a woman who is willing to go on the record and share her experience without being afraid from reporting on it. I don't know if is there video on this? Yeah, there is video on it. Okay. Can you play that video, Send?
I can try. Let me
Looks like there's an ad there.
Well, that's an ad, so I'm gonna keep that muted and see if it's got a story in there.
Because they do
through the ad.
They do speak to the woman who's hidden, in silhouette, relating of her experience.
Okay,
I can also
here it
read.
comes.
Yeah, let's watch the video.
Actually
damn those ads.
She says she was sexually.
Wait, let me back this up to the beginning because it clearly.
A woman arrested at a department store, and she claims a Chicago police officer sexually assaulted her inside of a.
In her story to WGN's Mike Lowe.
This is a very crazy situation.
We're not showing this woman's face because of the sensitive nature of her allegations.
And I was just in shock.
She's named as Jane Doe in a federal lawsuit filed late Tuesday.
Oh my God, it's really happening. Can't believe this is actually happening.
She says she was sexually assaulted by a Chicago police officer inside of the CPD's North. On May 22nd of this year, she was arrested for shoplifting at the Nordstrom department store downtown.
They was just doing the paperwork, but I was just crying because I didn't want to go to jail.
The officer is personally named as a defendant in the lawsuit, as is the city of Chicago. In this surveillance video obtained by WGN News, Jane Doe is led into the 18th District's holding area by a female officer. In the lawsuit, Jane Doe alleges that a male officer then entered and repeatedly asked Jane if she would have sex with him. The suit quotes the officer as saying, "When I came to Nordstrom, I didn't want to lock you up because you had such a nice expletive."
Because I'm like, did he just say that? Or is he playing with me? Like trying to get a response out of me or something?
She says he touched her private parts, and then the suit alleges he asked, "You want to touch my privates?" When Jane said no, he replied, "Oh, so you're just going to wait till we go out for pizza or something?" And later placed her cuffed hand on the outside of his pants on his privates.
Wow.
And then I was like, oh my God. And I started crying.
Pause it for a moment.
I told him, like, I'm ready to go home.
So he
was his police cam on? They'll get into it. Go ahead. Because that would here. Okay, you know what, Ed, for a moment, let's pause it for a moment. Is it bullshit or not? Maybe it's bullshit. Maybe she's making up this story so she can beat this rap and make a bigger situation out of it, at her own for her own agenda, at her own benefit. However, the fact that we're even considering that she's telling the truth, and I have no reason to disbelieve her, has everything to do that everything we see, cop culture, cover-ups, previous, no accountability, millions of dollars in settlements paid out because of police misconduct. That's why, well, look, we need to take these allegations from anybody seriously. But, as the police department, oh, no, this couldn't happen. Really? Oh, and I bet none of those migrant assaults happened either, right? Let's play the rest of the video.
And touched your private area.
Yeah, he was squeezing. Then he was like, it's feel nice. He was like, you gonna let me hit it?
Surveillance video shows a number of other officers were in and out of the room and passed by it while she was being held, but didn't directly witness the assault. The lawsuit says the environment for the alleged misconduct was made possible because of the Chicago Police Department's code of silence.
Kind of turns everything upside down. These are the people who are supposed to protect you.
In a written statement, a spokeswoman for the city said, the law department has not been officially served with the complaint and will have no further comment as this matter is now in litigation. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability is investigating the incident. A spokeswoman said, this is currently an active and ongoing investigation. We have no additional details to provide at this time. Jane Doe was held for nearly 3 hours before being led out of the holding area. The lawsuit claims she suffered physical and emotional distress.
You just basically took advantage of me.
In Chicago, Mike Lowe, WGN News.
All right, so the WGN article goes on to continue after that quote from the victim. She says, quote, the police is doing their job. They protect you, but he took advantage of me. And I was afraid of saying anything because I was like, this is a police officer. Who's going to be on my side? You can use that exact same statement to possibly explain all the disappearing migrants that had come forth with allegations that COPA can't find anymore. Jane Doe said you could. I'm not saying that's, but again, when how do you break a story like that, then later say, oh, we have nothing to report on anymore because they've all disappeared? Where'd they go? There's no way to track down who made these initial complaints. Are you saying that someone just made these complaints out of thin air? Somebody reported this to COPA. Clearly, you know that there's a whole process to filing a complaint. You have the victim sit down with the person taking the report. You get the names. You get the information. You just don't go report to the press, oh, these happened, without any kind of reports or evidence that at least substantiates the claim to begin with. But they can't find any of those migrants anymore. Jane Doe said she believes the officer, here's the body camera. Jane Doe said she believes the officer's body-worn camera was not recording anything during the alleged assault. That's going to be the smoking gun. If that camera was off, and there's no reason it should have been off, that's going to completely, without a shadow of a doubt in my mind, make me believe that this woman was assaulted. And this is all in line with the CPD's code of silence of the bad cops. Although I keep asking myself, why aren't the good cops doing something about the bad ones for giving the rest of you a bad name? The Civilian Office of Police Accountability are investigating the allegations. A COPA spokeswoman said, this is currently an active and ongoing investigation. We have no additional details to provide at this time. Now, in a related incident, now I saw this on Twitter, and I'm like, this kind of relates to this story. Apparently, someone's reporting on Twitter, and this is from a tweet from 2020. Buddy had on Twitter says, I think about this a lot, from somebody named McKimbo that tweeted and shared in June of 2020. The fact that cops can take a still from a video and identify a partial T-shirt logo and track it to Etsy to find the person who set a police car on fire should tell you that it's not that they couldn't find your stolen property, they just don't work for you.
Yep.
Seeing. Or should I go story? All right, so we're shifting back into other national news. I mean, we're at 10:13. We'll probably go till about 11:30, I think, with these other stories. We're not going to get as densely into as we did the national UAP story. But these were the other big national stories happening this week. I'm like, we cannot avoid these. Joel, is the irony lost on anybody that this guy's name is Sam Bankman-Fried in regards to the fact that Sam, the bank man, was freed, at least from this set of charges, in regards to...
Yeah, it's way too convenient.
Kind of crazy, huh? Isn't it?
Way too convenient.
Yeah, we've got some video here. We'll let the video do the talking while my Twitter feed loads.
This comes from Hotspot on Twitter, which is at Hotspot. U.S. Department of Justice has dropped all campaign finance charges against Sam Bankman-Fried, founder of FTX.
Yep. Right. Okay, now here it is.
Are you changing your plea?
Mr. Bankman-Fried,
Why make the
are you
contact?
worried? Are you worried you're going to prison?
No, he's going to be in his parents' basement. Let's pause it for a moment. You steal 50K, you go to prison. You steal 50 billion, you're put on suspension in your parents' basement. Now, this is in regards to the campaign finance charges, which means all the money he laundered, all of the investor money that wasn't his, that he donated to all these political campaigns of both parties, they don't have to pay back. And he doesn't have to get into any details in regards to whatever irregularities may have been going on as they related to crypto legislation and regulations. That's what this is about. There are other charges. I don't know what's going to happen, but Jesus Christ, when Bernie Madoff robbed rich people, they threw the book at him. This guy built an industry, FTX, on retail investors. And yeah, he did rip off some rich people, but not to the degree of the wealth he stole from your average investors who bought into this pipe dream of FTX.
Yeah, while he ripped off some rich people, he made a lot of other rich people richer.
That's right. And that's why he's getting off the hook. It's a big club and we ain't in it. As I often say to Ed, I wish I had no conscience because I'd be a really rich person if I didn't. I got the ambition, but the problem is that's tempered by conscience and ethics. So the next tweet goes on to say, when you donate that much to Democrats, you can do whatever you want. And that story was reported by, you know what? I think I missed that link.
Trending Politics News. The tweet is from Colin Rogg.
Yeah, can you open up that? Because I didn't click through the story, but I'll let Ed share some of the details from the article on his end, since I don't have that. I can't get my Twitter open to open that news story.
Sure.
This goes into the details.
Yeah, the headline says break. Oh, hold on a second. Let me get some of these pop-ups out of the way. Headline says breaking: DOJ drops charges for disgraced Democrat mega donor Sam Bankman-Fried by Mark
Democrat, you say?
Steffen.
A Democrat donor?
Yeah.
Mega donor? Democrat mega donor. I thought only Republicans are responsible for these kind of crimes. And I'm I'm not carrying water for Republicans, guys. I'm just showing they're both the same.
They're in cahoots. I've been telling you this. It's the duopoly of doom. The sooner you people wake up to this, the better off the rest of us are going to be, because it's not a choice between red and blue. You need to dump the duopoly, all of it, into the nearest volcano. Let's go. Oh, that's the article. The Justice Department on Thursday agreed to drop charges of illegal campaign finance activity against disgraced cryptocurrency mogul Sam Bankman-Fried as part of an extradition treaty between the United States and the Bahamas. Excuse me. The Bahamas, they don't have that much pull. That's an excuse. That's like the parliamentarian. The Bahamas. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, I was so happy to hear Ed's curse. Ed punctuated something with a curse, like I often do.
Bankman-Fried, who has personally given millions of dollars to Democratic politicians and causes. By the way, he also gave millions of dollars to Republican politicians and causes. They just conveniently leaving that out.
Yeah.
Including the 2020 campaign for President Joe Biden, who was probably the biggest donor. I believe
Yeah.
the largest donations went to the Biden Victory Fund.
No. Can we correct that? The Biden crime family.
Well,
As
yeah,
I'm
but
now referring to.
they called it the Victory Fund, though. That was the super PAC he gave the money to.
It's the Biden crime family.
Which the Melty Joe Syndicate is what I'm going to call it. Will still be charged with 7 counts related to wire fraud, securities fraud, and money laundering. Yeah, we'll see. He'll probably skate on those.
That's right. But the link to all the politicians he was in bed with is gone. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, well, and the rest of them aren't going to be able to remember what they did because they're in their high 80s and most of their brains are melting.
As we'll see in a related story following this one.
According to Breitbart, the Bahamas submitted a filing to New York federal judge Lewis Kaplan that dropped allegations of campaign finance fraud. Really? The Bahamas.
The Department of Justice, who is headed by Merrick Garland, who was appointed by Joe Biden, who's the Democratic president.
Yeah, it's so much corruption. It's not even funny.
They're laughing at us because they can get away with it under broad daylight and pretend that nothing's going on here. They're all like Louis in Casablanca. I'm shocked. Shocked gambling is happening in this establishment.
Insane. Absolutely insane. Speaking of gambling, did you know I actually won something in a digital scratcher today?
Congratulations. How rich are you?
From $25 richer, which is no big deal since, I had thrown away like a bunch of money on Mega Millions a few days back, which is why they gave me a free ticket.
It all balances out. So you'll now be inspired to spend more.
Exactly. Although I was like, okay, no, I'm not buying. I'm like, look, they gave me $25. I'm withdrawing that immediately. So I can buy pizza another day, maybe.
Or the supplies to make, or the groceries to make it at home. The government's been informed that the Bahamas notified the United States earlier that the Bahamas did not intend to extradite the defendant on the campaign contributions count. Accordingly, in keeping with its treaty obligations to the Bahamas, the government does not intend to proceed to trial on the campaign contributions count. Ed, let's bring up the next tweet, which I do have open on this end that I can read regarding to
the unusual whales. Yeah.
Yes. Campaign finance charges on Sam the bank man have been dropped. This is unusual. He gave millions to politicians, and there wasn't a list of which politicians and groups he gave money to until now. Let's see here. The Biden crime family.
Let's zoom in on that.
Surgeons.
Oh, I can't zoom in on that. Hold on.
Which is Republican, the NRCC. Stabenal Victory Fund, Maggie Hassan Victory Fund, New Hampshire Democratic Party, Collins for Senator, Gillibrand Victory Fund, Arizona Democratic Party, Texas Democratic Party, Georgia Federal Elections Committee, North Carolina Democratic Party. This is a lot of influence to purchase as it comes to any kind of legislation or regulations that have to do with crypto. Ed, which
pretty
you know
much,
more about than I do. So you want to expound on that for our audience?
On crypto?
Well, no, on the influence that he's buying in regards to what he and people of his ilk in the types of operations that they set up are going to be given favorable treatment regarding how they're enriching themselves now at the expense of this guy seems to be skating on all these charges after he's defrauded over how many billions of dollars from the investors who bought into his crypto operation.
Yeah, well, and the problem we have is he's donating to every state party and every other Democratic or super PAC or whatever that he could find here, and including Illinois, by the way.
So they all owe a favor. They all. This is what we talk. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but the whole point is that you don't make a donation without an expectation of getting something back. And we hear about this with so many mega donors. They contribute to both parties. because they're hedging their bet. One party's going to win, one party's going to lose. So they
Well,
don't
and
want
what-
to stick to one party that might lose, and then they don't get anything. They've lost their investment. For
Well,
influence,
what it also is,
treatment.
what it also is, it's basically in-kind donations. It's like they say, okay, you want us to leave you alone with your little crypto shenanigans, then you got to throw some back at us, and we won't mess with you when we start doing regulation on this stuff to shut down your competitors. That's my guess. That's my speculation there.
I think
which
it's
is probably
completely-
spot on. And so, you know, and the other problem is more than half of Congress is doing all kinds of shenanigans with Wall Street investing. And so they're probably talking to all the same people who are saying, buy this set of options or make this specific trade or whatever based on information that you have or that we have or that you've shared with us or we've shared with you. And that's how all these octogenarian members of Congress are multimillionaires right now. You know, and it's not in their interest to try and fix the system to make it a fair game in Wall Street, which is why we're not seeing the SEC do anything to clamp down on the dark pools, on the synthetic stock share generation that's happening, the payment for order flow thing that they do in the United States, but has been made illegal in other countries.
Nothing's being done. It manipulates the price action. It basically, it's a Ponzi scheme, taking the money from retail investors, not reporting the actual value of the stock on the lit exchange, putting orders off in dark pools so that when you have millions in shares traded or bought, purchased on a day, and you find out 70% of those orders were routed through a dark pool, an off exchange payment for order flow model that the lit exchange is not report with all the volume you see. It's like, well, why is the stock still like flatlining or barcode?
So if your heads are spinning over all of this Wall Street jargon, let me see if I can simplify this. Basically, it's a rigged game. What they're doing is they're manipulating the prices of your stocks in a hidden room, basically a hidden digital room that is outside of the regular stock market. And so we can use AMC as the example because that's one Jerry and I are familiar with, because AMC movie theaters, there's no way it should be trading at around $4.60 right now. That thing is worth way more than that, especially with the way that movie theaters have been coming back.
Well,
they were trying to throw all kinds of bad press out there. All the Wall Street media heads were trying to say that movie theaters are dead. They're not.
Unfortunately, though, as Ed and I have discovered, the CEO of the company itself is a hedge fund Wall Street tool who is manipulating things within the company and breaking laws. There was a lawsuit, okay? The CEOs and boards of companies can break rules and violate shareholder laws that prevent honest honest movement of the stock. We've since discovered Adam Aaron. So last Friday, during this lawsuit against AMC that wants to like dilute their stock so that they can sell more shares, so that the CEO and the board can pay themselves more money while they're claiming that the theater is going to go bankrupt after they previously said, oh, movies are back. And, you know, it's all bullshit. He doesn't want his hedge fund buddies to lose their shirts while he's enriching himself off of the retail investors who saved his company during the pandemic. And the SEC, Gary Gensler's looking the other way, and the Justice Department's looking the other way, while they're letting assholes like Sam Bankman-Fried off the fucking hook because his family is affiliated with, this is a class war, everybody. This is a class war. Make no mistake, how they divide us against each other, whether it's gender, color, whatever, political affiliation, they're laughing at us because of how easy it is to divide us. We have more in common with each other fighting our oppressors. I think this is a clip, Ed, than we do fighting each other. And especially when it comes to what we were told was the only place that we could increase our wealth after banks started removing interest from bank accounts in the 80s. Well, you know what? We can't pay you fair interest on your money, but you know what? Put your money in the stock market for your retirement. And that's what everybody did. And then suddenly we got dark pools and we got hedge funds and we've got all these exotic derivatives that allow Wall Street to steal all that money from the retail investors that put it there for retirement because they couldn't get a fair return from interest from their banks. It's like, let's get them all to move their money in the stock market and we'll deregulate shit. We'll rob them that way. And that's exactly what's happened. And those who are supposed to be protecting us, why aren't they? Because when they leave their positions at the SEC, they got the fucking cushy jobs on Wall Street themselves. It's like foxes watching the hen house. That's what the SEC and the Department of Justice are. They're doing their time covering the criminals so that when they're done with their watch at the SEC or the Department of Justice, they get jobs there. And they've robbed all of us. It's a fucking class war. Don't you get it? I'm sure all of you do. But it just drives me crazy as Ed and I decided, well, you know what? As we understand it, if people who've shorted a stock, which means they're borrowing a stock so that they can then sell the stock, return the stock at a lower value later and keep the difference between the value when they borrowed the stock, after a certain amount of time, they have to return that borrowed share. Otherwise, it's called a failure.
They have to buy the share.
They got to buy the share, or they have to deliver the share back. For the past 2 weeks. Yeah. So what happens is, as an investor, you're like, well, Jesus Christ, these companies shorted AMC because they figured that they were going to be able to like make a lot of money betting on the company failing. Okay, why don't we all invest in the stock, drive the price up so that at a certain point, they're supposed to return their borrowed shares or their margin call. That means that if you don't do what you're supposed to do, you're automatically liquidated. That has not happened for 2 fucking years. And it's all out in the open. So retail investors that saved that company have been robbed because you've got the hedge funds, you've got the dark pools, and you've got the CEO, Adam Aaron, who doesn't see any synthetic shares being created, even though the value of the float of this company is like millions more than the actual amount of shares that are out there, for them to suddenly keep finding shares to borrow to short every goddamn week. How does this relate to what we're talking about with Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX? The simple matter that this guy is just as bad as the hedge funds that are manipulating the price action on the lit exchange by putting retail investor stocks into the dark pools, because what Bankman-Fried did with how he decided to set up his crypto fund and defraud retail investors, it looks like he's going to skate. I'm sure he's going to probably face maybe some fines, Ed, that his family's going to pay off for him. I really don't expect this guy to do any jail time, because he's paid off all these motherfuckers you just saw on that list. People he donated to who they owe him. Justice Department, got to go easy on him. He's got a lot of secrets to who he's done, these side deals with and stuff. That's what's happening. So that's and this last tweet. Let's put up this last tweet just to show you everything Sam Bankman-Fried is about. This was reported by the Kelly J. This is fucking nuts. According to a lawsuit, Gabe Bankman-Fried, I believe that's his father, was looking at buying the island nation of Nauru in the event where 50 to 99.99% of people in the rest of the world die, to protect his philanthropic allies and create a genetically enhanced human species. What does he know that we don't? In the event where 50 to 99.99% of people die, hey man, we just came out of one pandemic, of which we now, I think, very
maybe they're going to release another super bug into the atmosphere.
Dude, what do they know? What do they know?
When you have that large amount of money, like you're used to being a billionaire or the kid of a billionaire, and you are brought into a situation where the world's in a pandemic, you start thinking of survival. And you're like, well, when you got millions of dollars or potentially millions of dollars because you got this great crypto thing, going on, that you start to make plans like this because you have the money to do it. So you buy an isolated island. You start setting up infrastructure in a place where you can stay away from whatever zombie apocalypse is coming. But the truth is, you're never going to escape it. It's always going to catch up to you guys. You can't prepare for every eventuality.
I would advise everybody go see the movie on Netflix or download it if you're so inclined. Don't Look Up. Remember the ending of Don't Look Up, Ed? You saw it, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch it again, but I remember the ending. Yeah.
All the rich people decided they built spaceships to go to another planet, and when they landed on that planet, the species of that planet killed them and ate them. No matter how much wealth they had to bail on Earth before the asteroid came, all the rich people who escaped got eaten by extraterrestrials on a planet that they thought was going to be like the Avatar world. Well, let me quickly just expound on this lawsuit. Latest FTX allegations include plan to buy Narrow to survive a cataclysm, as reported by Hannah Miller at the Sydney Morning Herald. Bankrupt FTX Trading's latest lawsuit against co-founder Sam Bankman-Fried and his former top executives have revealed new details about the allegations of massive fraud at the fallen crypto conglomerate. According to the complaint, FTX Trading is seeking to claw back millions of dollars in cash and unwind over US $1.5 billion in questionable transactions. The lawsuit revealed Carolyn Ellison, former his girlfriend. If that's the best he could get with that money, I'm just saying, she had money, so they were of the same class. The lawsuit revealed Carolyn Ellison, former co-chief executive officer at affiliated hedge fund Alameda Research, estimated a more than US $10 billion, $14.8 billion cash deficit at FTX about 8 months before the crypto exchange fell apart. The documents also claim that Bankman-Fried and former FTX chief technology officer Gary Wang took $546 million, US $546 million from Alameda in May of 2022 to acquire shares in Robinhood Markets. The lawsuit said the FTX Foundation, their non-for-profit arm, pursued projects that were frequently misguided and sometimes dystopian. It alleged that a memo exchanged between a foundation officer and Bankman-Fried's brother, not his father, his brother, Gabriel Bankman-Fried, laid out a plan to purchase the tiny island nation of Nauru and build a bunker there. In the event that half or more of the global population died, the island would then be used to ensure the survival of members of the effective altruism movement, a cult, the article states philosophy, that Sam Bankman-Fried publicly ascribed to. The memo noted that probably there are other things it's useful to do with a sovereign country too, according to the complaint, like make your own laws, not have any financial accountability with cryptocurrencies that are transacted online without any kind of actual foundational currency behind them, or governments to legislate how you're potentially fraudulently engaging in the manipulation of that currency, that cryptocurrency. Anyway, so it goes on to more of the misappropriations, but this business about purchasing the island of Nauru is just bizarre. And this came from
I would like to purchase an island too, but dude, figure it out.
You know who else purchased one of those special islands? Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, of course.
There's another example of where stuff. Miguel didn't. Okay, I blew Don't Look Up for him. Well, you know what, Miguel? Why haven't you watched it yet? It's only been out since like last November. Sorry if I spoiled it for everyone.
No, sorry. If you haven't seen it by now, then you don't get the benefit of spoiler alert. You should have seen it by now.
Okay, anyway. So let's bring up this next tweet regarding term limits.
Oh, hold on a second.
This is why we need term limits. We've got the perfect graphic to go into our next segment.
Wait. Okay. God help us, it says.
Jesus Christ.
This is why we need term limits.
I'm okay, so look, this is no offense to our septuagenarian or octogenarian members of our audience. I'm not trying to be ageist about this, because there are a lot of people in their 70s and 80s who've still got it all together. These three clearly don't. And it's a reason, you know, I was reading, if you're in the military, I think you're forced to retire at 65. I think that I read that that's the term limit if you're serving in the military, 65. They don't let military officers who are tasked with, you know, probably even more dangerous decisions to continue, because they understand. What are you laughing at?
Did you see Arturo says that the island's name is pronounced Naboo?
I did see that, but you just yeah. All right, so this is why we need term limits. Why? 2 incidents this week. One that happened during the UAP Congressional Oversight Committee hearings. Let's go to that next tweet. Watch for ourselves.
Wall Street Silver says, maybe it's time for some new people. Mitch McConnell stops talking and has to be escorted away.
I don't want you to run this video. We're going to run the next video. But I chose this tweet because Mitch McConnell's 81, Joe Biden's 80, former drinker of the House, Nancy Pelosi's 83, Maxine Waters 84, Chuck Grassley 89, Dianne Feinstein, who literally looks like she's not 1 foot in the grave. She's 1 foot out of the grave. They're wheeling her around the halls of Congress in a wheelchair, and I discovered today they're doing the same thing with Mitch McTurtle. Klaus Schwab is 85 and George Soros is 92. All right, let's go to the next video to see this incident in all of its glory with Senator Mitch McTurtle.
This the one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was having a stroke and I was scared to death.
Cooperation and a string of
let it go. Then they realize something's wrong before they escort him off.
You want to say anything else to the press?
Says, you want to say anything else to the press? And he goes, no.
Keep it playing.
Let's go back.
Go ahead, John.
For a free Life Alert brochure, call 1-800-480-1990. That's 1-800-480-1990. Call now, 1-800-480-1990.
That's fine.
I was having a...
Oh, good old INN. Thank you, STFUS shitlib Joe. He's on his third Twitter account or something.
Now there was. Oh, is he really? He's been suspended twice.
The establishment does not like Joe's videos.
Oh, I love his stuff. He's hilarious.
Great. No, they're fantastic. There was another video where during the pause, it was sound of a AOL computer modem. Like,
oh yeah,
from
Miguel H says, yeah, insert modem sound. All right, so I do want to share with everybody that there was an explanation as reported by The Onion. If you want to bring that next, I'll start the story.
You don't want the Di-Fi tweet? We want The Onion first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're wrapping up what happened with Mitch McConnell. Mitch McTurtle.
Okay.
Doctors confirmed McConnell had a stroke after imagining a happy black person. Having determined the cause of an episode in which the minority leader froze midway through remarks to the press and then remained silent for 19 seconds, doctors confirmed Thursday that Senator Mitch McTurtle had suffered a stroke after imagining a happy black person. We ran some tests and discovered that the senator's neural pathway short-circuited when he pictured an African-American who wasn't actively in pain or otherwise being violently oppressed, said one on-call physician.
Like just as an example of what he's probably imagining.
Yeah. Said on-call physician Dr. Stephen Falk. noting that McConnell had fallen multiple times this year on occasions when he thought about Black people experiencing a brief moment of calm or relief. Quote, "It was a minor stroke, but it's possible that seeing a happy Black person at this time could send him into cardiac arrest. We've asked Tim Scott to avoid the Senate floor for now unless he's needed for a vote, in which case he is to appear downtrodden and upset throughout the roll call. In addition, Senator McConnell's..."
I'm sorry, Jerry, but I'm just trying to help Mitch along here. Come on,
Oh,
Mitch.
I got you. You're trying. Oh, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. You're trying to advance. Smart idea. I only wish he was tuned in. You're trying to help usher him along to his morbidity. Okay, so where did I leave off? Okay. We've asked Tim Scott to avoid the Senate floor for now unless he's needed for a vote, in which case he's to appear downtrodden and upset throughout the roll call. In addition, Senator McConnell's family requests that everyone avoid reminding him that his wife is Asian.
Oh, no.
The first time McConnell had reportedly died after hearing the song Happy by Pharrell. God love the onion. All right. In related news, if there isn't any further evidence that Dianne Feinstein is literally the living incarnation of Weekend at Bernie's, we have this. Senator Dianne Feinstein went on an unplanned rant after she was told to just say "I" by her handlers. She's not there by herself. She's being wheeled around to just sign off on the shit that the Democratic Party wants her to do. The United States government has become a retirement home run by fossils who don't know where they are. Dianne Feinstein is 90 years old and has been a senator for over 30 years. Our president has been in political office for 5 decades. Mitch McTurtle has been a senator for 4 decades. America serves better. Share the video. Ed?
Senator Feinstein.
Say aye. Pardon me?
Aye.
Yeah.
To say
I would like to support a yes vote on this. It provides $823 billion. That's an increase of $26 billion for the Department of Defense. And it funds priorities submitted.
Yeah, just say aye.
Okay, just
Great,
aye.
Thank you. Senator Feinstein.
So, like, what did she think that they were in the debate section? They weren't already moved on to voting.
Regardless of what she thought, Ed, you know who's been helping handle her behind the scenes? Nancy Pelosi's daughter.
Pelosi. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's weekend. It should be called Weekend at Feinstein's now, not Bernie's. Weekend at Feinstein's. Feinstein. How do you pronounce it?
I pronounce it. I don't pronounce it.
I think Feinstein rings better. Weekend at Feinstein's. Miguel H. The
It's
aide
a big
whispers,
club.
shut the hell up and just say aye.
Yeah. It's a big club. It's like they've already predetermined the things that they want to do, and it's just they're all just placeholders at this point. It's like the ones that are still lucid are basically guiding all the rest of them like puppets, and getting all their handlers in order to basically have them continue holding a seat that probably should have been vacated decades ago.
Decades, not years. So the Hill reports, however, she's announced earlier this year that she will not run for another term in office, although there's some question to that because somebody asked her and she didn't seem to be aware of the fact that she announced she wasn't going to run again. I saw that reported a couple months back.
She probably doesn't even know what day it is.
She subsequently missed
more year. What year is it, Jerry?
2023. More than 2 months of work as she recovered from a serious case of shingles. She's been back at work. Has she? Or she's just been wheeled around by Pelosi's daughter consistently in recent months and has been using a wheelchair to get around the Capitol complex. However, Feinstein has had multiple visible instances of confusion. Earlier this year, she told reporters only moments after announcing her 2024 plans, here it is, that she had not decided or made public whether to seek another term. And shortly after returning to the Capitol, she told supporters, I haven't been gone, I've been working. Term limits now. Now. No, yesterday. 2 decades ago.
Just give them free tickets to the volcano tour, which is goes over the volcano, really close over the volcano. Free tickets for all members of Congress. Make it worth their while to go on these things. Make it some kind of patriotic duty to make sure that you support volcano patriotism or something. And then, oops, we accidentally dropped them in.
That's right, Christine Pelosi, the one who was conveniently in the Capitol during the insurrection to shoot a documentary of her mother running around the Capitol talking about how she'd waited for this moment that they monetized, I don't know, on HBO or something.
That's right. Was it HBO or was it Netflix? I don't remember.
One or the other. Yeah,
they had a thing.
Yeah. How can they still be alive? Well, speaking of Sinead O'Connor, I think that she had actually made attempts taking her life several times over the past
she
10 or
didn't
20
die.
years.
Yeah.
Did they report what the cause of death was at 56?
It wasn't. Well, she didn't take her own. I know that much. So yeah, rest in peace, Sinead. You were way ahead of your time as far as activism and politics went. A lot of people didn't understand you. I was a kid and I didn't understand you either. I know people made you out to be a pariah, and that was not right.
She was decades, a generation ahead of her time. And you know what? To Gamer's comment, no, Art's comment, how are they still alive and Sinead O'Connor dies at 56? I remember when I turned on the radio one morning here in Chicago, I forgot what year it was, but I had heard the news that Christopher Reeve had died. Actually, I remember why I thought this. It was on ABC Radio News, news bulletin. Christopher Reeve had passed away in between segments of the Rush Limbaugh program. And I'm like, wow, why couldn't a horse throw Rush Limbaugh and let Christopher Reeve, Christopher Reeves, actually, it wasn't after when he passed, it was when he was thrown from the horse and paralyzed.
Yeah, he was paralyzed from the neck down before he died.
Yeah,
he lived for a number of years after that.
He did, but I remember when that story came on in between Rush Limbaugh segments, I'm like, wow, unfortunately, the horse didn't throw the right person, because Rush Limbaugh, who constantly berated and marginalized and demonized drug users, was a degenerate drug addict himself.
Yeah, dude was addicted to OxyContin. Yeah.
He'd have his housekeeper scoring OxyContin for him in shopping mall parking lots. He caused his own hearing loss from his OxyContin abuse while he was constantly railing on the air on putting nonviolent drug offenders into prison. But Rush Limbaugh could afford illegal drugs, so it was okay for him to the degree where he lost his hearing, but he could afford a cochlear implant to continue spewing his hate for years and years and years until finally, he shuffled off the mortal coil. Thank Christ. And I'm agnostic. Whatever you believe in, it's always the good ones that go first, and we're left with these corrupt husks of these parodies of humanity who are serving in Congress right now, preventing advancement that would help people. And it is these corrupt old octogenarians. And it's interesting because Brandon Johnson's a fairly young guy. who's a teacher, and it's like he's fresh. I'm sure that, you know, he doesn't know it all, and he's, you know, he's idealistic, but I think he's managing things right. But I think that what I see in Johnson, he's uncorrupted, as far as I know, as far as I can speculate based on the evidence in front of me. Unlike Lightfoot, who had those affiliations that we all looked past because she ran as a progressive and a reformer when she was kind of investigating corrupt cops and stuff. But then it's like, oh no, once she got in, it's like she just used it for all of her own advancement. And even now, I saw in the news last week, she's involved in she was involved in some kind of a news story where I guess she had a stalker, and, you know, in court, this incident with the stalker, prompted her
over there too.
Yeah, prompted her to claim to the court this is why she was entitled
to security. Yeah,
to security beyond her tenure as mayor of Chicago.
That's why she attended the thing.
Do you remember how many cops she had?
Security, but too many.
Too many.
Wasn't it like 60 something?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
On her detail.
Yeah. The detail needs a fair amount, but not 60 surrounding her house at all times and traveling with her. She was just spotted overseas at a sporting event. The big news was Bill Murray was there, but she was
the Cubs game in England. Yeah,
Lori and Amy were there, and on whose dime with whose taxpayer funded security traveling overseas. God, that's another one. It's like, oh man, Sinead O'Connor. Why not Lori Lightfoot? Oh, did I say that? I'm sorry. All right, let's move into speaking of dog shit. Let's go to our next story. Oh boy. This also happened during the UAP hearings, okay? This motherfucker thought he was going to revise his plea deal and be absolved of any crimes that happened beyond this plea deal that he could not be charged or have to face ramifications for. And this comes from CNN. He was ready to plead guilty.
This comes from where?
This comes from CNN. I know we're not big fans of CNN, but how can you bungle just reporting the facts in this story? Hunter Biden. Now, this was a hearing where Biden was prepared to plead guilty so long as the plea deal basically absolved him of any crimes that he would commit in the future.
Yeah,
the
we're
judge
not
was
doing
like,
that.
no, that's not how this deal was going to be structured, Mr. Biden. And since then, Biden's press secretary, Raggedy Ann, the identity politic diversity hire, claimed that, you know, President Biden would never, ever, ever pardon his son. I don't know if that was before or after this, but this is from Marshall Cohn, Holmes Leibrand, and Cara Scannell at Clinton News Network. A plea deal between President Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, and the Justice Department is on hold after a dramatic court hearing Wednesday. Hunter Biden failed to pay between $1.1 million and $1.5 million in federal taxes before the legal deadlines and was poised to plead guilty to 2 tax charges, with prosecutors agreeing to recommend a sentence of probation. Now, keep in mind, too, do you know how those unpaid taxes ultimately ended up getting paid? Basically by, I don't know if it was borrowing with the intention to pay back, but donors and friends of the Biden family basically passed out a collection plate to collect the $1.1 to $1.5 million in federal taxes to pay it off. And this was just, okay, you're late. That's a lot of money, so you're going to have to account for that. But ultimately, the taxes did get paid. But, you know, when you consider that this guy his father, the big guy, didn't have $1.1 to $1.5 million.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's definitely a lot of money, Jerry.
In light of the fact, there are allegations in pending investigations regarding the fact that he probably did deals with companies in the Ukraine that his father approved of and probably got a kickback from.
Not probably.
Did. Okay, well, I'm waiting for that shoe to drop, because you know what, Ed? There's so many smugnerant Democrats I see on Facebook posting posting claims and denials that this is all, no pun intended, these charges against Joe and his son are trumped up. There's nothing there. This is just the Republicans trying to get back at the Bidens because because of what the Democrats did to Trump. But before the original plea could be entered, the deal began to unravel, and a revised agreement reached during the hearing was not accepted by the judge. Now, by the way, also apparently, I think Lauren Bobo, and some other Republican threatened to impeach the judge or something. Now, the judge was a Trump appointee too. Keep that in mind. So I don't think the judge was worried about doing any favors for Biden. She was just looking at how she was going to interpret the law. But I guess when these other requests were made or demands were made in the plea deal, and make no mistake, federal judges can be threatened by congresspeople, because Bobo and whoever the other Republican was that threatened this judge should have never done that. They're basically showing that they are using their influence as representatives of Congress to influence a federal what are we calling this? A federal case in court. So the judge, District Judge Mary Ellen Noriega, said, "I cannot accept the plea agreement today." Noriega said she had concerns about the parties seemingly linking the tax plea agreement to resolving a felony gun charge. During the proceedings, prosecutors confirmed that the investigation into Biden was ongoing. After negotiations, the president's son then agreed to plead guilty to the 2 tax charges in a deal that only included conduct related to tax offenses, drug use, and gun possession. The 2 sides agreed that this deal does not shield him from potential future charges, but the judge wasn't satisfied. What if this is unconstitutional, she asked. I'm trying to exercise due diligence and consideration to make sure we don't make a misstep. After the discussion, Hunter Biden entered a not guilty plea. The hubris of this, like I said, speaking of pieces of shit, Noriega, a Donald Trump appointee who was confirmed unanimously by the Senate, presided over Wednesday's hearing and has the sole authority to decide Hunter Biden's ultimate punishment. While the investigation was ongoing, Hunter Biden fully paid his federal tax bill. Well, he didn't. His friends did, along with interest and penalties, his lawyers have previously said. The Trump-era Justice Department started investigating Hunter Biden in 2018, and the probe steadily expanded to examine whether he violated money laundering and foreign lobbying laws with his multi-million-dollar overseas business dealings. Federal investigators also looked into Hunter Biden's unpaid taxes and lavish spending, hookers and coke, which came amid a struggle with addiction. Okay, you know what? Am I supposed to feel bad that this guy's got money for hookers and coke when they're like people really struggling with addiction that are untreated and don't have the privileges in life that this son of a bitch does?
And that's not even to mention the hypocrisy of the fact that his father for decades had been trying to get really hard on crime.
And still is.
He would not, I mean, if Hunter was any other person, he would be in prison right now.
And his father would want to put him there.
Yeah.
And you saw the show thumbnail. He can do coke. His dad says everyone else can, or they'll go to jail. U.S. Attorney David Weiss has led the investigation. He was appointed by Trump, and Joe Biden kept him in his post so he could continue handling the probe. There is no public indication that Joe Biden or the White House ever tried to intervene in the probe. A bizarre legal clash between a top Republican lawmaker and Hunter Biden's lawyers, which erupted on the eve of the court appearance, did not come up at Wednesday's hearing. The dispute revolves around whether a member of Hunter Biden's legal team lied to the court about her identity so they would remove a Tuesday filing from GOP Representative Jason Smith, the House Ways and Means Committee chair, about alleged political interference in the probe. In the late twist, the judge threatened to sanction Hunter Biden's lawyers over the matter. They denied the claims and called the incident an unintentional miscommunication by court staff. Hanging over the plea hearing are recent claims from 2 IRS whistleblowers who helped lead the investigation that the Justice Department gave preferential treatment to Hunter Biden beginning when Trump was president in 2020. Their claims dovetail with the GOP-fueled narrative that Hunter Biden got a sweetheart deal, even though it's fairly common for first-time offenders to avoid incarceration in a misdemeanor-only case. But there's more there, though. And he didn't pay his taxes. I guess it's not against the law to have other people pay your tax debt and the fines for you, but still. The career IRS agents told Congress that Justice Department officials undercut their attempts to further scrutinize Biden family members, slow-walked requests for subpoenas and search warrants, and blocked Weiss from filing the felony tax evasion charges that they had recommended. The relevant parties, including Weiss, Attorney General Merrick Garland, and other senior Justice Department officials, have publicly refuted the whistleblowers' claims of politicization. In letters to Congress, Weiss has maintained that he's been granted ultimate authority over this matter, including a responsibility for deciding where, when, and whether to file charges. And earlier this week, he offered to testify at a public House Oversight Committee hearing. Blah, 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 blah. Hunter Biden's lawyers called the IRS whistleblowers disgruntled agents with an axe to grind. Now, let's get the next tweet up that's relevant to this, Ed. When I constantly hear from shit libs complaining about the fact that, why are we bothering Hunter Biden? And why are we bothering? He's just a private citizen, and it's all politics as far as why they're constantly harassing him. Interesting, I think that shit libs bring that up, because as somebody shared on Twitter, we all know that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is running for office. Just in, RFK Jr. reveals the Biden administration denied his request for Secret Service protection after 88 days of no response. Since the assassination of my father in 1968, candidates for president are provided Secret Service protection, but not me, RFK Jr. said. Scroll down. Below is tax fraud, drug addicted Hunter Biden, private citizen Hunter Biden, with his 6-car motorcade showing up for court. Play the video. RFK can't get Secret Service protection, but this is the protection that private citizen Hunter Biden is getting. Who's being persecuted by the horrible Republicans. And there are some horrible Republicans. But there were some interesting comments on this Twitter thread. Try to open it on my end, but maybe if you could scroll down and we can see some of them.
Yeah, okay, give me a second. I'm behind the scenes. I'm battling with my internet service provider.
Are you?
So
Okay.
I actually switched back and forth from my mobile hotspot from Xfinity to the hotspot and back, because my signal was getting weird on Xfinity for a little while, and you guys are probably hearing the lightning storms and the thunder going on, probably at Jerry's location and my location.
Yeah, I'm getting it too. Well, I can open up my. Okay, so
yeah, I've
so
got
here's.
Oh, readers added context.
Of course they did.
Yeah. Well, which is actually, this is relevant context. It says Secret Service protection must be provided to major candidates within 120 days of the general election, as determined by House Speaker, Minority Whip, and Senate leaders. The 2024 election in which RFK is candidate is more than 460 days away. Now, I wonder if other candidates have been given protection before when they must get protection. That's what I'm wondering too, is like how when candidates ask for this type of protection, has it ever been denied earlier than the 120 days that are required, other than this time?
So there's a lawyer's reaction in the comments under Title 18 U.S. Code 3056A. President Biden's rejection was proper. Major presidential candidates are only entitled. That's a clarifying. That's a clarifying word, entitled to Secret Service protection 120 days from the general election. Well, RFK asked for it sooner. And Colin Rugg, the author of the tweet, says, considering the candidates passed, I would think there would be a good reason to protect RFK Jr. And I don't disagree. Yeah. When you see his son rolling up to court in a 6 to 8 car motorcade because he's a fucking degenerate drug abuser who wrote off hookers on his taxes. No offense to hookers. Okay, I'm not going to demonize that, but I'm saying
honestly, I don't know what the Biden administration is paying attention to and who they're slighting one way or the other. We can guess, but it shouldn't take 88 days to respond to a request like that. So regardless of whether they denied it or not, because it wasn't 120 days out, they should have got back to him way sooner.
Yeah.
So total dick move on the Biden administration.
What else is new? I'm opening up more comments. Our tax dollars are being wasted protecting a crackhead because his last name is Biden. What a disgrace. Also, where are the Democrats to complain about all the pollution the motorcades for Hunter produce? He's sharing his coke with them to keep them quiet. They know more about his deceit than anyone. Anyway, yeah, I just thought it was an interesting counterpoint to, the Hunter Biden's sense of entitlement at this hearing, and how shit libs are claiming this is all just political theater and it's a witch hunt because he's a Democrat and it's in retaliation for what Democrats did to Trump, when it's like, no, it's not. It's not. I think that there's more there with Hunter Biden and his father regarding these alleged payoffs that they're investigating than whatever.
Oh yeah, well, it's more than obvious that the laptop story was not Russian disinformation. Clearly. It was a real story, legitimate story that got quashed by the Biden administration, and that's election interference. That is.
It's legal rigging, but it's rigging. When you prevent a story that is factual from being reported, so that those hearing that story might, change their opinions on you and your family when you're running for office, or what kind of a leader you are, when it's alleged that you did deals when you were vice president using your son as the go-between. That's just as corrupt, if not more corrupt, than anything Trump engaged in. They're both just as bad. It's not whataboutisms. They're both garbage. They're both dog shit. All right, so moving into just some quick news updates. We reported on this last week. UPS or the Teamsters had reached some kind of agreements with UPS. Now, we thought this was a good thing. Teamster leadership told the Biden administration to back off, but apparently workers aren't really good with this.
Well, yeah, and you'll probably recall if you tuned in on Tuesday that I said this was a tentative agreement, and that the rank and file are probably going to have issues with some of this stuff, and here we are.
Reached on a compromise, and everybody always says in a settlement, neither side is supposed to walk away completely happy. That's the nature of compromise. Well, it hasn't gone through yet. I saw my UPS driver. I was outside when he stopped by, and I congratulated him. I'm like, I'm glad to hear you guys have made some headway on the negotiations. And he said, yeah, we're happy that there's some stuff going forward. I'm like, but I also understand they're not going to air condition the older vehicles. He's like, yeah, no, they're only going to put air conditioning in new vehicles. And I said, well, that's some bullshit. You guys should stand up to, because this was the other day. It was like fucking, and this guy had not broken a sweat. I mean, I had just gotten out of the shower and gotten dressed, gone downstairs and gone outside, and I was soaking wet again. I mean, I needed to take a shower after my shower within like an hour's time of going outside. So, the heat index being what it is with fans on the dashboard of the UPS vehicles are clearly not enough. They just don't want to retrofit the vehicles or buy a new fleet faster. So the article by Phil Snyder, shop steward of Local 406, Will Fitzgerald of Local 344, Steve Capri of Local 249, and Nick Jones of Local 174. Workers have been hit hard by inflation, and unions have their highest approval rating in decades. We don't have to scroll with the text. I just wanted to have some images up.
Let me open another tab so I can follow.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I didn't realize that's what you were doing before, Ed.
Yeah.
Workers have been hit hard by inflation, and unions have their highest approval rating in decades. Millions have been looking to the Teamsters negotiations with UPS and the potential for a massive strike that could bring business as usual to a halt and help rebuild a fighting labor movement. For months now, rank and file Teamsters have been organizing their coworkers, attending rallies and practice pickets, and talking to the community about the importance of the struggle. There is a basis for an all-out fight to win the contract UPS workers need, not a negotiated deal that's acceptable to UPS executives.
Yep.
On July 25th, the Teamster leadership announced a tentative deal with UPS. This deal now goes to the membership for an up or down vote from August 3rd to the 22nd. While the tentative agreement is better than the sellout contracts negotiated by the corrupt Hoffa leadership since 2002, it is insufficient to meet the needs of UPS workers in a time of increasing insecurity for working people. UPS made profits of $13 billion last year alone, on top of handing $10 billion to stockholders while driving down workers' living standards for decades. This contract fight is the chance to make up for the losses of the past 20 plus years. We can make huge gains if we continue the struggle. This momentum needs to be carried forward and escalated with a strike if necessary in order to win the best possible contract. During the pandemic, UPS workers were praised as working class heroes. They were. Essential workers, they were, who kept calm and carried on throughout the horrors of the pandemic. While the billionaires made super profits, we never saw a penny in hazard pay or any other form of compensation for this. Now we face historic levels of inflation in an ongoing cost of living crisis. The proposed contract is 5 years long, and it only offers us an average of $150 an hour raise per year. This doesn't make up for the skyrocketing prices of housing, gas, food, and everything else. There is language in the contract for a cost of living allowance, automatic increases linked to the inflation rate, but it only applies to workers who've reached the end of their wage progression, and it uses a convoluted formula, why am I not surprised, that pays far below the actual rate of inflation. We need cost of living raises that are directly linked to the consumer price index, but built into every step of every pay scale. That's the only way to prevent any potential raises from being eaten up by inflation and to effectively represent a pay cut for many workers. Changes like ending the two-tier 22-4 job classification, requiring newly purchased package cars to have air conditioning, prohibiting the use of inward-facing cameras, and they want inward-facing cameras in the new. What a bunch of fuckheads! I mean, who wants to be on camera when they're in the car picking their nose, Ed? Who wants to be on camera with the car when they got to that?
Okay? I mean, on one hand, I mean, if your truck is getting robbed or something, then you might want a camera in the truck for that purpose. But do you necessarily need that in the cab where the driver is? No, I don't know. Probably not.
And I'm sure all the trucks are probably fitted with. No, they are fitted with GPS. Of course they are, because that's how
sure, they can afford GPS, but not air conditioning.
Yeah. I did some seasonal work for UPS 4 or 5 years ago at Christmas time. So, I mean, that's how the dispatchers we had our maps on our computers. We could see where everybody was. We could follow the trucks. Yeah, they've got the GPS, but not for air conditioning. Permitting use of inward-facing cameras and recognizing Martin Luther King Day as a holiday for UPS workers are improvements over the status quo, but they do not add up to the game-changing historical contract that Team Oz are claiming to have won. While union leadership says this contract will end the hated two-tier system, multiple tiers are already baked into the massive wage differential between full and part-time workers and between drivers and inside workers. The TA does not create 10,000 new full-time jobs, a strategic victory for UPS executives. Additionally, the TA opens the door to creating a new low-paid tier of part-time workers forced to use their own vehicles to get more hours. We should be fighting to end the personal vehicle driver classification altogether, not allowing UPS to expand it. UPS wants to use more cheap labor to get billions in profits, and we need to fight together against this attack on part-time workers. Oh, there's also an issue about at last year's TDU convention. Sean O'Brien said that the union should agree to Sunday working in order to keep up with the times. He was wrong to say this publicly without any consultation with the membership, because this sent a signal to UPS that he was willing to make this concession months before negotiations began. Now, despite the claim of Teamster leaders' press release that they gave zero concessions from the rank and file, the TA would allow exactly that, giving UPS the right to implement 7-day deliveries anywhere it chooses with only 45 days notice to the employees. The article goes on and on and on. We're going late. It's in the show notes. I'm with UPS. And you know what? I only rely on UPS. I do not use USPS anymore. And I wish USPS was in a position to do the same thing, because I really do sympathize with USPS employees with this other piece of dog shit, Tom DeJoy or Louis DeJoy? Louis DeJoy, who's been. It
doesn't matter what his name is. He's got to go.
He's a piece of shit. Yeah, and he's been literally like
Yeah.
whittling the strength of the U.S. Postal Service down to encourage privatization to his buddies at big companies like UPS, FedEx, and others.
Yeah.
Um,
And they have a area on the bottom where they talk about what a strong contract would include. And when they say minimum
you want to read that?
part-time,
It's like
yeah,
close to the
minimum
window.
part-timer pay of $25 an hour, but fight for 30 an hour like Amazon workers. I'm going to say this one more time. Never ask for what you're willing to settle for. That's negotiating from the middle, and you always compromise to the left or to the right of what you actually want.
That's what Obama did with healthcare.
Look, you want $30 an hour, you fight for 40. It should never, these people on the internet with their hashtag fight for 15, knock it off. Change it to fight for 40 right now.
To get it closer to what everybody needs to reach that cost index.
Because the real cost of living, a real living wage, a minimum wage was always meant to be a real living wage.
Well, it was during the silent generation and the boomer generation.
Yeah, and that's why they have all these wonderful memories about minimum wage, but then they never raised it
right
to where it needs to be. They didn't keep it up with the cost of living. And then
they did sacrifice, but they also had protections, and they were able to afford a house.
Yeah.
Not have crippling college education debt.
They could work one job and be able to afford a house and be able to feed their families. And, maybe times got tough, like during war rationing and that kind of stuff. But otherwise, you didn't have to work 2 or 3 jobs in order to pay your bills and keep a roof over your head and all this other stuff. This inflation that people keep talking about in these articles, most of it is price gouging. And they just want you to just take it, just accept it. That's the way things are. No, that's not the way things have to be. You have to, if you're in a union like UPS, and this is my rant, and it's going to be a clip probably. If you're in a union like UPS.
Wait. This rant, if it's going to be a clip, I need to get the screen ready. Hold your thought, Ed. I want to use this as, okay, go ahead.
If you're in a union like UPS and you have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a huge change for labor, then you have to make sure that the people who are negotiating for you are not working for the corporations. You need to know that they're working in your best interest. And so you should have organizations like Workers Strike Back coming out and saying, you know what, this deal does some good, but it ain't close to what we need, and we need to ask for more. And like I said, if you're expecting to get a 25 an hour floor, ask for 40. Don't negotiate from the middle, because you're always going to settle for less. That's a clip.
Okay. I wanted to comment. Art shared in the live chat. It's raining outside. Let's run outside and pretend we're in Vietnam the night before the Tet Offensive. I think Art started. Is
that weed or shrooms, Art?
I think he lit the bong. I think he's finally lit the bong.
Okay. Well, I'm hoping he's feeling better about it. Don't get too paranoid about the thunderstorms out there. As one just goes off right there in the background. Maybe you heard that.
Thank you, Gamer. I think it was too. There's a lot of good. I mean, we're going long, but it was a big week for news. Not so much in Chicago, but we've got one other follow-up story to do, because we did report on this. And I think Jimmy Sunderland had joined us when we were originally talking about the theory behind these deaths in Chicago. Yes, Gamer UPS should put AC in all older vehicles for sure, and not just the new ones. Yeah, to me, that would be one of the big sticking points.
Well, I don't remember if she joined us for that, but she definitely brought it to our attention.
She did bring it to our attention. I feel like maybe it was she brought it to our attention. For some reason, I have a memory of her.
No, you might have been on one of their shows, on one of
and
Jimmy's shows, talking about it again.
Yeah,
because we do that sometimes. By the way, Warren and Jimmy are always welcome if you find time, if you want to come back on. Happy to have you on as guests on
Always.
Chicago Corner. And I know there are rumblings in the future about us doing a Gen X show. I know Jimmy can't be involved because she's not Gen X, but Uncle Warren is. And we were going to try and gather a bunch of the Gen X people, and I don't know if we're doing that on his channel. But that's going to be a good time for people who want to talk about all the stuff that Gen X encountered and the stuff we're dealing with today and how things are different.
Yes!
And we're moving into the last thing here. It's a video. Is that what this thing is?
Yeah, I think it goes about 5 minutes, but it's pretty comprehensive, and it does the investigating that we couldn't.
Okay.
Regarding the speculation of a serial killer in Chicago with all of these strange waterfront deaths that were also reported in association with people picking up victims who had emerged from bars drunk, and wondering if there was some kind of pattern to this in relation to somebody taking advantage of people who drank too much and was killing them. But let's share this guy's report. And this came, I think, from NBC or WGN?
NBC.
NBC.
Beginning of the year, there had been several cases reported on by all media in regards to drownings. Young men who were found in the Chicago River or Lake Michigan. Because of those cases and some happening within a short time frame, there was a lot of chatter and discussions online about whether any of these cases could be connected. Because there were some loose similarities, like I said, young men, the age range, and then the fact that they were found in the river or the lake. So many were theorizing, could this be the work of a single individual serial killer, if you will? We had been told adamantly that by Chicago police and by the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office that there were no known connections in these cases. But we wanted to look at the case.
Oh, that doesn't mean a whole lot.
These are very tragic cases.
Well, I mean, we also know that they are very short on investigators, right?
But they weren't when they investigated that French thespian Juicy Smollier.
Yeah, they found time to get the detectives out on that one.
That's right.
But look, our mayor is supposed to be hiring 200 new detectives or promoting them. So maybe they'll get to the bottom of this.
The famous French thespian Juicy Smollier.
For the friends and families of these victims.
Oh, by the way, did you hear about that woman who I guess had called her friends or family and said that she saw some kid running down the road, some toddler running down the road, and then disappeared for a number of days? Apparently that was bullshit.
I did see that.
They're filing charges against her now. I don't know the story. I'm wondering if it's they're covering up something else after the fact, or if it's just somebody wanting attention for disappearing and so that they can get press and notoriety after the fact for seeing some kid that all of a sudden we don't know the whereabouts of this kid who she said existed, but maybe we don't think, maybe they didn't. Maybe she was high on some kind of pharmaceutical and had visions. We don't have any information at this point, but they're filing charges on her.
Did you say somebody's seeking attention?
Okay. I'm not suicidal. Okay. I am not suicidal. I am innocent, and I am not suicidal.
Okay. I guess I believe you there. I mean, they were thinking that he was going to be, that apparently, the thing that somebody may have put him up to backfired, and now they want to silence him from coming out and giving up the fact that somebody put him up to it. And that's why he's telling everybody.
Yeah, ratting out his accomplices.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, it's crazy. But let's get back to this story.
Yeah, go ahead.
And many in the community were starting to be fearful about going out at night, going to bars, going to parties. And so if there was any connections here that weren't being thoroughly investigated by authorities, we wanted to know. I am going to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office. The way that we went about this was really taking a look at some of these investigation files for these deaths. In a lot of cases, the Cook County Medical Examiner's office had like a plethora of information. What we found is that, at least based on the investigations and the information produced as a result of these investigations, is no known connections for some of the cases. Some of the cases are clearly accidental drownings. In at least 2 of the cases, Chicago police investigators reviewed surveillance footage showing the victims walking to the lake, either falling in or attempting to swim in Lake Michigan very late at night and potentially too intoxicated. In at least one case, after reviewing that surveillance footage, that's how police and investigators ended up finding the victim, was going to the exact location where they were seen entering lake and then going to that location and finding their body shortly after. There are some cases, though, that have been ruled undetermined. So all of these cases, the cause of death is a drowning. But the manner of death, it could be accidental, it could be suicide, or it could be homicide, or it could be undetermined. And in some of these cases, the drowning investigations were ruled undetermined, meaning that the victims' bodies were found, they had clearly drowned, but there was no evidence or information to conclude how they ended up in the Chicago River or in Lake Michigan in a harbor. No foul play was suspected, but it's still, there are a lot of questions and not a lot of answers for friends and families of these victims. So, we wanted to look at the numbers of drownings in Chicago to find out, are these drowning cases on the rise? Is this an anomaly? What's happening here? And what we actually found is that since 2018, the drownings per year have actually declined. But it's also important to note that about 34%, so more than a third of all the drowning cases since 2018 have been ruled undetermined. That undetermined status, meaning the medical examiner couldn't conclude, was this an accident? Was this a suicide? Was this a homicide?
Okay, I'm skipping to the next part.
Are in Chicago or party. Essentially, driver comes up and says, hey, I will give you a ride home outside of Uber or Lyft, outside of the apps. I can do it for cheaper. What we found with these cases is that, at least according to investigators, there's no evidence that any of these individuals had gotten into a car or needed a ride or were looking for an Uber or Lyft after
And that's
leaving a
what
party or leaving a bar. There was just no.
And that's what a lot of people, that's the connection a lot of people were making that wasn't there. So, I mean, we don't have to watch the whole video. I just wanted to update people on the fact that there has been some thorough investigations. And although, let's get to the part about the smiley face killers towards the end there. That's what people were speculating on, which was creepy.
Consumers out there. The smiley face killer has been a theory that has been around for quite some time now. It's essentially, and there's been books written, there's been documentaries. This is the theory of a serial killer that leaves a smiley face looking, graffiti or, painting near the bodies of victims. Whenever you're talking about the potential of a serial killer in Chicago, the smiley face killer comes up because there have been some cases connected to here. In reviewing these cases, there was no documented ties whatsoever to this case. There was no smiley face drawings near any of the victims' bodies, as far as we know from what investigators concluded in these files. At least as far as we know now, there's no known connections or ties. I can't imagine what the friends and families of these victims are going through. I've talked to some, and they are searching for answers. And I think it's important for us all to keep that in mind and be sensitive when we're talking about these cases, that these are real lives, real people that were taken too soon. And sadly, we don't have all the answers as to what happened. Some of these investigations are ongoing. Some of these investigations are closed. It could be a long time until we get answers to some of these cases.
Look, it's a tragedy one way or the other. Now, I don't think the police would acknowledge if there were connections to the possibility of this being the smiley face serial killer, because why would you go reveal that? Why would you go reveal that you were onto them if you're still investigating it? As he said that some of these cases are still being investigated. But at least we have a little bit of closure with that story, and I thought it was worthwhile since I caught it, or you caught it and shared it. Did you catch it or did I catch it? We had so many stories floating in Slack. Okay.
I
Yeah,
bet. Yeah, I threw a bunch of stuff in there, but that was you, I think.
Yeah. Ed, I think we have plans September 9th if we can afford it.
I can't, but we'll try.
We'll figure it out. The Blues Brothers Con is returning to the old Joliet prison. Ladies and gentlemen of our audience, Mr. Elwood Blues. I don't know what Jim Belushi's Blues Brother name is because he was replaced in the Blues Brothers 2000 movie by John Goodman.
I can't remember.
Jake Elwood, you don't know what Jim's Blues Brothers name is. Well, regardless, the Blues Brothers are coming back. I really want to go. We heard about the first convention. I'm like, I can't afford that, and I probably was recovering from one of my shoulder surgeries or something. And by the way, my back is much better since I've been wearing that brace. So I'm going to try to get out tomorrow for the next story we report after this, the next happening around Chicago. But let me get through this one first. I'll be fully healed up by September 9th. Maybe this sequel will work out better than Blues Brothers 2000. Planners of last year's Blues Brothers Con at Old Joliet Prison announced Thursday that fans are invited to a second installment on September 9th. As they did last time, Dan Aykroyd and Jim Belushi will don suits and shades and perform at the event honoring the enduring 1980 movie starring Belushi's late brother John and Aykroyd. The prison, which ceased housing inmates in 2002, was the site of filming for scenes in the film involving Belushi's character nicknamed Joliet Jake Blues. The Joliet Area Historical Museum is host for the Blues Brothers Con, which also will feature performances by Al Spears and the Hurricane Project, Joanna Connor and the Wrecking Crew, Lil Ed and the Blue Imperials, Toronzo Cannon and Ronnie Baker Brooks. Gates will open at 1 p.m. Visitors.
Show.
Huh?
It'd be a good show. That's a good lineup.
Yeah. Gates will open at 1 p.m. and visitors are promised a variety of experiences, appearances, and one-of-a-kind photo ops throughout the day. Tickets $55
Okay.
to $500.
Yikes.
$25 for 18 and under are on sale at JolietPrison.org. I'm sure the $500 ones are for all the amenities that, they're not announcing here. We'll get the $55 tickets are the lawn seats is what they are.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Those
look,
are probably the more fun seats anyway.
Yeah. Well, here's what's happening tomorrow. And this is one of those things that comes up that feels like, oh my God, I don't know when they're going to do this again. Oh, we just lost our LinkedIn connection.
That's okay.
This is one of those events that happens that I'm like, man, I wish I had someone I was dating right now to go enjoy this with, because this is just so, this is cool. This is time machine. This would be a time machine date. If I want to remove the ad before I add it to the stream.
Yeah, hang on. Got it.
Okay. Love this. Tomorrow, take a ride on a vintage CTA rail car Saturday. Passengers can hop aboard the century-old rail cars in the loop from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and learn about CTA's heritage fleet. I'm convinced this is, even if I try to get down there, I don't know if I'll be able to get on. I would imagine and hope that there are so many people that want to experience this. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
That's like Untouchables era. Now, this article comes from Rashad Alexander. The oldest rail cars on the Chicago Transit Authority's fleet date to the 1920s. A century later, riders will get to ride the vintage L cars around the loop. The CTA will run the 4000 series rail cars in the loop from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturday. Cars 4271 and 4272 in the CTA's heritage fleet. I wish they had more cars. They've only got 2 cars on this train. Feature the same orange and brown color scheme from the 1940s, as well as replica advertisements from the era.
What are the odds that it'll actually show up on time, Jerry?
Does this relate to the ghost? That would be a real ghost train from the past. CTA crew members will be making announcements on the train throughout the ride, offering up history about the rail car sets. The 4000 series rail cars and the entire heritage fleet are a treasure not just in CTA's history, but the city of Chicago's history too, and Chicagoans of all ages are welcome to come out and experience the century-old gem. Ed's favorite CTA president, Dorval Carter, said in a statement.
Hashtag fire Dorval Carter.
In the late 1970s, sets 4271 and 4272 were preserved by the CTA and brought to Skokie shops for restoration as they needed the least amount of work compared to other rail cars. The remaining 4,000 series rail cars were discontinued following a collision with a passenger train in 1977. Well, how many rail cars could be destroyed in a collision if, I mean, you've got like a whole, I don't know.
Okay.
The rail cars weren't equipped with cab signal systems, so they were brought out only for special occasions like the CTA's 75th anniversary last year. How often do you get to see a 100-year-old vehicle out in the public running? It's truly a unique experience, said Brian Steele, CTA Vice President of Communications and Marketing. There is no other place to see 100-year-old rail cars riding the track where they originally ran.
Yeah.
The CTA is also celebrating the 50th anniversary of regular passenger service and will be offering commemorative posters Saturday at the Washington Welsh stop at the south end of the inner platform. We're always looking for new opportunities to share not only our vehicles, but other parts of CTA's really rich history. The CTA's history is Chicago's history, and Chicago's history encompasses the CTA. I wonder if they have these cars on display somewhere, though, I don't know if there are any railway museums in Illinois.
There's the Illinois Railway Museum. I think it's Union, Illinois. They do have subway cars on some of the lines. I don't know which era they're from, but you can go. It's a good family trip to if your family's into trains, to go on at the railway museums, because you get to ride on those things, and it gives you an idea on what the old railway cars were like from different eras. This is a great opportunity right here, like Jerry said, because it's going to be on the actual line that it ran. That's an opportunity that you might not get again.
I might just go solo, as much as it'd be fun to share it with.
I'm probably going to be sleeping at that time.
Well, I wasn't asking you on a date, Ed.
I'm just saying, otherwise, I mean, this would be the kind of thing that would be fun to go to.
I would never say, hey, if you wanted to go, we could go together. I'm just saying, this is like one of those things where it's like, if you wish you had someone, a special lady in your life to go do this fun
of course.
stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so on to our last story. I don't know if anybody could hear while Ed was talking a moment ago. Oreo was crying, I don't know, but he was very chatty in the background. I don't know if it's the storm or this next story we're closing our show with.
Well, and he keeps saying, look, dude, you got to sell my merch harder.
Well, we'll get to that after this story.
Get to that after this story, yes.
Yeah. So I thought at first when I saw this story, I'm like, uh-oh. I always thought Oreo should be the representative of this side of town, but this is the alder cat who rules Rogers Park, not the Westridge stream cat that we're lucky to have participating in the show every Tuesday and Friday here on Chicago Corner.
Although I'm looking at this cat, and I'm looking at your cat, and I'm wondering if maybe they're related.
I actually know. I saw Oreo's parents because there were three adult ferals that lived in the back alley here.
Mm-hmm.
2 females and 1 male. And I think it's the male that still comes around because the females are spotted more brown, and the male has got the black spots. Now, Oreo's got a little mix of black and brown. Well, obviously from either of the females. But apparently the male cat was a real little stud to have the 2 females that would always follow him around. And I caught them. I did humane cage capture to go get them spayed and neutered before they were released back into the neighborhood so that they couldn't, procreate and have more litters, because they left behind a litter of 6 that we ended up, me and my friend Hillary, socialized before delivering them to a pause for adoption. And I kept Oreo because Oreo didn't seem that he wanted. Oreo was the brave one. In this litter of 6 kittens that we found in the back patio, we had him. I have a single bedroom in back, a guest room, and we just cleared it out.
Okay, Arturo's saying the cat's fake. Miguel's asking, is it fake? No, this is a real cat.
It's a real cat
in Rogers Park. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm telling the story of Oreo as it relates to this. So yeah,
and that doesn't completely. And by the way, that doesn't rule out the fact that this cat could very well be Oreo's grandfather or great uncle.
Maybe from the spots, But Oreo's also got very, very pretty bluish green eyes, and this cat's got yellow eyes. And I've seen the cats that I trapped, and they had the greener, bluer eyes. But nonetheless, the reason Oreo stuck around is of the 6 kittens, they would always cower in the back of the carrier, and we'd open the cage in the back bedroom that, you know, because you have to, feral cats, especially newborns, aren't going to trust humans unless you like go in there regularly once a day to get them comfortable and familiar with you as a human, because they don't know anything else. And they're going to be very, very defensive and afraid. So the rest of his brothers and sisters were always very afraid, cowering in the back of the carrier. They wouldn't come out. He was always up front, always looking at me, always jumping out, running around the room. So the others were not as, I don't think they were as comfortable, but I think that he decided, no, I'm staying here. I'm making this my place. So when we delivered the kittens, I'm like, all right, I got to add one more to my family. And that's the origin of Oreo. But you have something to say?
He knows we're talking about him.
Oh, he's actually scuffling with my senior cat, Sylvester.
Oh.
Who doesn't like to show up. All right, so this is Chief, the alder cat who rules Rogers Park.
Do you think they see Chief on the screen and recognize him?
Oreo. Nah, he's walking out of the room now.
Okay.
Otherwise,
you're cheating on me with another cat.
Oreo is 20. I think 2018 or 2019. 18, 19, 20, 20. So he's about 4 or 5 now, if I'm remembering correctly. But in regards to the Chief, the alder cat who rules Rogers Park, this is a wonderful story, a wonderful neighborhood story of Rogers Park. We love Rogers Park. Rogers Park is a wonderful north side community just east adjacent from me, near Loyola University. Loyola University is in Rogers Park. The beautiful old lost Granada Theater was in Rogers Park. An elusive black and white cat who's won the hearts of his far north side neighborhood by Mac Liederman. A north side neighborhood's longtime leader is mostly chill, sometimes grumpy, and always in charge. He's always a cat. He's also a cat. Chief, a domineering bicolor cat, unafraid to cuddle or nip his neighbors, has long run the blocks near North Greenview and West Farwell Avenues in Rogers Park. As Chief's star has risen, fans have taken to local Facebook pages with photos of their celebrity feline sightings. Some have anointed Chief their alder cat. Scroll down. I can only aspire for Chief's approval rating. Human Alderman Marie Haddon of the 49 said, he's always out with the people and you never know when you may run into him. He has certainly earned the trust of the neighborhood. You know what, Ed, you might be onto something given how social he is. Maybe he is Oreo's grandpa, as social as little Oreo is. On a recent weekday, Chief sprawled out and lounged in his signature grassy spots as rushed Rogers Park commuters stopped anyway to pay their respects, addressing their favorite feline by name. Is that Chief? Of course I've met Chief. He's just a good, chill cat, neighbor Joel O'Brien said. He brings joy to anyone he comes up to, and that is heroic in and of itself. Another neighbor pulled out their phone to snap a photo, telling Chief, you're so handsome. The cat's co-owner, Raphael Brotman, said he wouldn't be surprised if the picture ended up on Facebook like the rest of them. Scroll down. The fame found him. He just loves his life, and anyone can admire it if they so chose. Some get starstruck, Brotman said. Chief has so many friends I don't even know about, and that's fine by me. That's great. He grew up to be the neighborhood's cat. Former Rogers Park resident Catelyn Steeny first adopted Chief as a rescue while she was a student at DePaul. Steen, who's always kept pets at home, said she first met a lady who had some cats, including a young Chief, a rescue from a hoarder's house. The crate of cats. Where was this? There used to be a cat hoarder 2 blocks north of me. In fact, when Sylvester disappeared once, and I was like a crazy old cat man going up and down the alleys at night with my flashlight, calling for Sylvester who had escaped, I came across this house 2 blocks north, and it's like the lady who lived in this house had set up food and water all over her property in the alley. And I mean, and I thought maybe that's where Sylvester ended up, because there was food outside. He actually ended up a block or 2 west of me instead. But, bless these people who are conscious of the critters in their neighborhoods, that they go to that level of care, because first of all, ferals are not going to be friendly and affectionate, but it doesn't mean that, their lives are easy, especially during the winter. I don't know how the hell they survive out there in the freezing cold.
Well, they
Anyway.
don't, but I'm sure people take them in during the winter if they can, or they find a place where that they're able to take shelter, like maybe an empty garage or a storage area or something.
So what was interesting about this hoarder's house 2 blocks north is she had a small single car garage, and I mean, I made my way into the yard because I saw the cats, and I was on my crutches with my flashlight. I must look like a crazy person, but I saw the cats there. I'm like, and here's how you find cats in the dark: you shine your flashlight in the bushes and stuff because their eyes will reflect
Look
back
for their
light.
eyes, yeah.
But I couldn't find. Sylvester wasn't there, but her garage, the back door, it like had a hole cut in the bottom, so I went in the garage. It wasn't locked. There was no car in there, but it was like cat crates, boxes and stuff, plastic crates that had been repurposed with straw inside of them so that the cats could find some warmth. And it was like a cat hotel in that garage. And I'm telling this story because I had a personal experience with a hoarder's house. I never thought of this woman, whoever she was, as a hoarder. All of that got remodeled when I'm assuming the woman passed away, because all that cat stuff, that cat sanctuary, is gone now. But as we're talking about Chief, who was a rescue from a hoarder's house, the crate of cats were brought over to Steen's house, and Chief sauntered out and plopped right in between us like he already owned the place. Steen said she adopted him on the spot, but an indoor Chief was a total nightmare. We used to say he'd hunt us. He'd jump out of areas always trying to get out. He was scary to be around. A year later, Steen moved into Brotman's Rogers Park home, which had a few parrots and a three-legged bearded dragon. Brotman started letting Chief outside. The confident cat moved quickly from chilling on the couple's patio to following them on dog walks around the neighborhood. Let's get to the next picture. His personality did a total 180, Steen said. He went from a hyperactive, crazy cat to really chill and calm. It wasn't long until neighbors were drawn to the liberated cat, laying claim to their lawns and stoops. When the couple, oh, here he comes. Is this your grandpa? Is this your grandpa? Look at the screen. Oh, he's not interested. When the couple broke up and Steen moved out of town, she didn't dare pull Chief away from his stomping grounds. It's his territory, it's his home, and Rogers Park would have really grieved if Chief was leaving, said Steen, who now lives in Arizona. It's been really sweet that people love seeing him, and it's pretty funny. He keeps popping up on my Facebook. It gives me peace of mind. He's being looked out for. He grew up to be the neighborhood's cat. Now more than 12 years old, some say Chief can be easily spotted for the number 17 his black spots make on his side. These days, Chief likes to spend his evenings outside when there's usually less traffic and rest up during the day inside. Brotman said gawkers are not advised to pick Chief up. He's loving to a degree. He'll come up to people and rub on their legs, but he's also fickle because he's a cat. He doesn't get out of the way for anyone. He'll sit in the middle of the sidewalk and force people to walk around. As often happens when I wheel away from my desk and turn around to go into the rest of my apartment, and a certain stream cat just trots in front of me and just drops right on the floor, blocking my way, rolls on his back, shows me his tummy. It's like, where are you going? You've got business to take care of. Neighbor Suzanne Till said this summer she's noticed groups of people hoarding around Chief to give him a lot of attention and snap his close-up. He's a bit aloof about it all in the coolest way possible. He doesn't do anything fast. He's elusive yet always lolling around. On the day Till's daughter moved out of the neighborhood, Chief sat at the family's doorstep. He then joined them as they walked across the street with suitcases. Till said, all of this is quirky and weird and a little bit comforting. People in Rogers Park were unapologetically folksy, so it just makes sense we all share a cat. And there's some more pictures at the bottom of the page. One that it looks very familiar to me. Next one. There you go. How many times have we seen that here? The devout affection for Chief is just so Rogers Park. Anyway, Patton said she's proud to call Chief her neighbor and colleague. On Wednesday, she snapped his picture on her commute to City Hall. You just can't hate on great leadership, Pattons. Yeah, we love our cats, and we always encourage people where you can, if you can, to adopt. Same with dogs. I like dogs. I just can't keep up with them. If I had two good legs and could run with a dog in the park, I'd probably also have a dog. But unfortunately, I don't, and I can't. And I'm sure there are others that, if they have a preference for dogs, they'll give dogs a happy home. But I have a soft spot for cats since I've got 3 in the family, and they're the unconditional love I have in my life while I don't have someone to go ride L trains downtown with. And that's all I got.
Yeah, cats got weird personalities, and if I weren't allergic to them, I probably would get along with them pretty well. I had a cat when I was a kid. That's how we found out I was allergic to him, because he used to sleep in the warmest part of the house, which was the top of my head.
See, here's the secret, though, to being used to cats. I was allergic to cats also. And I dated this lovely young woman when I lived in Chicago before I moved out to LA. I can mention her first name, Kristen, and she had 2 cats. Boo, who was named after Boo Radley in To Kill a Mockingbird.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could remember now the name of her gray tabby. Boo was the orange one, I think I remember. But I was allergic. And I had to get over that allergy really fast if I was going to share time at Kristen's place. And it was my constant, and you know what? But the allergy continued. I mean, I basically just lived with it. But as I lived with it, I started to adjust. It's like when you get a vaccine shot or something, they're giving you a little bit of something that's going to build up your resistance to it. And so the more time I spent around those cats, when I moved out to Los Angeles, I adopted a cat.
You built up a tolerance,
Yeah, I have no allergies. I mean, yeah, I can't rub their fur and touch my eyes. Anybody would have a reaction to that. But it's not even their fur, it's the dander. It's the what do they call it? The enzyme from their tongue. When they clean themselves, it gets on their fur. That's where your allergy comes from. The special enzyme. It's not their fur. So, and I think this might be similar with dogs. It's the enzyme that they secrete from their tongues. That's what causes. And I still have allergies to dogs when I'm around certain breeds of dogs. And it's not the fur, it's the enzymes. So anyway, that's pet talk. I wish that you stuck around cats longer, Ed, to become acclimated to it.
I had allergy shots to build up a tolerance when I was a kid, and I'm way more tolerant allergy-wise of cats than I used to be. I can be in rooms with cats. It's just after a certain amount of time, it gets a little harder to breathe. You know, my eyes will start getting itchy, and you know, it gets uncomfortable after a while. And so
it's the big reason a couple of my nephews can't come over. Allergies. They love coming over. One of them loves cats, but he's allergic, so he couldn't come over.
But even if you have an allergy to cats, that doesn't make you allergic to Stream Cat merchandise.
Here's your workaround.
And you can head to chicagocornertv.com/shop, which will bring us to our brand new Fourth Wall merch store, which has new items in it. In fact, here's some ones that Jerry set up the other day. We got the classic Chicago Corner mug. We've got the Oreo Stream Cat Oreo beverage mug, which
double-sided. The image is on both sides of the mug.
Cool.
Yep.
Okay. Then you've got laser eye Jerry and Oreo. So if you turn that one around, let's see if it'll let me do it. Will it let me? Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
You can see that you got laser eye Oreo on the other side of that.
Pint glass.
Yeah, that's a pint glass. Oh, and this is brand new. I just added these to the store. Check this out.
I love that. That's great. What does it look like in a different color?
Here, let me zoom in on this for a second, and I'll change colors.
I need to see it in black. Does it come in black?
Stream Cats Oreo style, and you can see there's a picture of Oreo in there, and it says meow. What color? Oh, switch to gray.
Does it come in black?
It does come in black, Jerry. Although for optimal color, I think white or blue is probably better. Although actually blue might make the Stream Cats title disappear.
Are you able to? Are you able to adjust this where you can make the transparent area white so that you don't lose?
I can make a different version of the artwork that will work better on other colored shirts. If you have a preferred color that you want to do it on, and then we can make those available in the shop as well.
I'd love to do black, but without losing.
Looks pretty good on yellow.
Yeah, but the only problem is that all the transparent areas in the logo, if you filled them with white, then it would look.
Oh, I could put white in there. It's just I didn't want the shirt to be too solid when you're printing this. Some people it's not comfortable when it's just a solid stream of ink on the front of your shirt. So I just wanted to leave that open a little bit. But we can definitely make some color changes. Like on the darker shirts, we could maybe change the Streamcats text to a different color, maybe white.
Well, no, just offer an alternate word. I like how it looks on white. It's just I hate to see the white background on Streamcats lost because it's blue and obviously a darker color is not going to be as I mean, if it looked like that on every color, I mean, the Chicago Corner logo white isn't transparent. I think that stands out the way it should.
Yeah, that one I've got a back.
It just, if you just had the back. I'm not telling you how to do your artwork, but I'm telling you how to do your artwork.
Yeah. Well, no, look, Jerry, these are I set up my t-shirt artwork so we can make those types of adjustments depending on the garment color. Because I know that sometimes you have when you're designing artwork for garments, you set up one version for light colored garments and one version for dark colored garments so that they look good on either. But then basically two versions of the same artwork.
Look, you have a t-shirt.
But this one, I mean, this is I was pretty happy with how this one came out.
Yeah.
And this one, it's got Oreo in the logo. So that's a bonus right there.
I love it.
I mean, that's and I have this not only on a shirt, but also available on a pint glass.
Awesome.
So if you want, you can get the Chicago Corner Streamcats Oreo style pint glass as well.
And use it to drink your old pile.
Yes, exactly. And
of course.
And then of course, so wait, hang on a second. I'm feeling kind of weird, Jerry. What's going on with the
Oh,
hey Jerry, how's it going? Did you know that our intergalactic pizza delivery service is doing so well that people asked us for t-shirts? And so I took the liberty of adding one to your shop. I hope that's okay. So yeah, hi, Chuck the Alien here from Chuck's Intergalactic Pizza Delivery, featuring the finest pizzas from planet Earth. You can now get that advertisement on a lovely garment from the Chicago Corner merch shop, which is available at the link below. And it's pretty fine.
Does it come in
Does
black?
it come in black? It does. Actually,
All
looks
right.
pretty good. Looks pretty good on black, actually.
Yeah.
It's
I like
got the and of course, for the inaugural version of this t-shirt, we have to since I said we're featuring the finest pizzas from planet Earth, I had to feature the finest pizzas on planet Earth, which are from Chicago. Some will argue with that.
Enjoy mine after the show.
Yes.
Look, still got some left.
Some might argue the fact, but they would be wrong because Chicago. Seriously, I've picked up and delivered from every spot on planet Earth that allowed me in their building to so that I could deliver intergalactically to other locations away from Earth, and almost.
How about in comparison with other planets that do you do any?
Look, Jerry, no other planets have pizza.
Okay.
Earth is the only one that has it. I mean, it's inevitable that someday people are going to try to make pizza outside of Earth, since I'm delivering these things to other places interdimensionally. But I imagine that you're never going to be able to get the top quality ingredients that you can get on Earth. And why not get the pizza from the source, which is how my business came to be.
Ladies and gentlemen, available in the Chicago Corner merch shop. Are we gonna set a new record here? We're almost at 4.5 hours. I lost track of time though.
Yeah,
Have
you
been
know,
watching the
time
proceedings
is
yet?
time's different for
You guys
me.
fold time.
Yeah, we like I was watching your show earlier, and that Ed guy he's got pretty close actually to how we
Okay.
do it.
I think it's right.
They call, well, I mean, some of them call it a folding paper drive for our transport pods, but I mean, people, it's not actually paper, but that's what we call it because that's kind of how it works. You know, you basically fold two spots in different locations in space time, and then you just punch a hole through it and travel through. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm so happy that we had the opportunity to be on your program to promote this wonderful garment here at the Chicago Corner TV merch shop at chicagocornertv.com/shop.
I'm actually very grateful we have such a talented colleague to create this great artwork and merch for our store. So hopefully, not only are you supporting us, but you would be helping share Chicago. Although, wait a minute, Chuck, I think that we need to figure out how to add Chicago Corner to. It just occurred to me. I think we need to figure out how to add Chicago Corner to the intergalactic pizza delivery shirts.
Oh no, we don't have to do that.
Then it doesn't promote Chicago Corner on the street.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess I could put a tiny little logo in there in a spot, you know, but you know, if you want to get in there and order really quick before we add it, that'll be a collector's item.
I have the perfect solution. Little asterisk in the bottom under the pizza slices, as seen on
Chicago. That's actually a good idea because, you know, I'm doing these live reads for nothing. So at least you could do is, you know, get a little credit on the garments there. So I'll make sure that we get our intern on that as soon as possible.
I think it'd be perfect as seen on Chicago Corner. It's the perfect placement because that's exactly what you would imagine to see in a cross promotion. As seen on as seen on TV? No. As seen on Chicago Corner. That way, anybody buying the intergalactic pizza delivery shirts, wondering what the hell is that? Oh, as seen on Chicago Corner. I'll have to check that out and see what that show's all about.
Yeah, it actually maybe we could just do a commercial and put it on your channel, and when people search for Chuck's Intergalactic Pizza Delivery, the Chicago Corner channel shows up in the results.
That's a viral campaign right there.
So
but we got to get people to buy the shirt on the streets. That's the first step.
Yeah. I've had criticism that we don't have a phone number on the shirt, and I'm like, we do intergalactic pizza delivery. We don't use phones.
You know what phone number
you guys are so many years behind us with this phone thing.
You know what phone number you should put on the shirt though, just to take up that space? As Elwood Blues put on his driver's license, 1060 West Addison. Put the phone number for Wrigley Field.
or 588-2300 Chuck's Intergalactic Pizza Delivery.
I love that. 1060 West Addison. That's Wrigley Field. Yep.
All right. Anyway,
all right. Can I get my co-host? Can you release my co-host from the experiments and potential probes that your alien brethren are?
I will. I'll get him back from. He's just in suspended animation. They're not doing anything hinky with him.
Are they?
What does that mean? It's hinky. Oh, strange. Weird. Why don't you say strange or weird? Or hinky? That has no meaning. Why we say hinky? I don't want you guys using words around me that got no meaning.
Jerry?
Are you Ed or a clone?
Jerry, how'd we get past midnight?
Did
I lose time again?
Yeah, the merch store promotion went a little long. That's what she said.
Oh, that's how. Oh, okay. That's how the Chuck's Intergalactic Pizza Delivery thing got there.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You were abducted again.
No, we should probably add a Chicago Corner logo to that thing.
As I told Chuck, a little asterisk next to the Chuck's Pizza Delivery, and the asterisk at the bottom says "as seen on Chicago Corner."
Yeah, that's perfect. That's a great
There
idea.
you go.
Let's do that.
Chuck told me it's a good idea. I said I'm full of them, not full of it, full of them.
It's both.
All right, Ed. We've gone long.
That's what she said.
That's what she said. Thanks for I think this is a great show. I don't know yet if we've broken our record. I'm going to have to check what the longest show was, but we're at 4.5 hours. I don't know that Kira's going to get through this whole thing on rewatching it. Although I tell people you don't have to watch. You can listen to us on a long car ride. It doesn't depend on you looking at the screen all the time. So
yeah, although sometimes the visual gags are worth it.
yeah, they are. Yeah. So all right, buddy. We will be returning Tuesday when Ed takes command of the ship, the Starship Chicago Corner. As always, Ed. Thanks again.
Yeah, that's August, isn't it?
We'll be going into August. Oh, that's just thinking of the date. Is that August 1st? Yeah, we'll be back Tuesday.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see you all when we return Tuesday. Hopefully this will be a safe, quiet weekend, and we can have a normal length show on Tuesday. Ed, I will see you then. In the meantime, to the rest of our audience out there, please remember as you go into the weekend here in Chicago, take advantage of all the wonderful events taking place around the city, including that CTA train, that vintage CTA train opportunity tomorrow. If I can make it out there and some other people do, maybe we can meet in person. And as always, as you go into the weekend, please make sure to stay safe, remain vigilant, take care of each other, watch out for each other. And remember, what's happening on the streets, you hear about it here on Chicago Corner. And Oreo agrees. All right, everybody. Stay safe, Chicago.
Get out of here, you Daigle bastard! Go on, get your ass out of here!
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers and do not necessarily reflect the views or positions of any entities they represent. If you would like to be a guest on Chicago Corner, please email our host, Jerry, at chicagocorner.tv.